Greetings, brothers and sisters, and welcome back to the business. I have a few things I want to discuss with you here tonight. So I have a few things on my mind, and probably number one thing here. There's pictures going around that the singer, I guess you would call her Lizzo, posted here, and showing what seems to be a considerable amount of change. The picture on your screen right here. This is her basically like last year. And now she's posted some more pictures of herself here a few days ago. And she has clearly decided that she is going to attempt to stay on top of this weight loss thing. So she's certainly making a go of it. And I want to say something before I go any further, because there's quite a bit I want us to get into here tonight. There's a lot going on in a lot of places. There's some post-election hijinks, and I don't really want to get political on this channel, but it's not political. It's also social and power dynamics, but I thought that this took precedent. I really do. And I would like to get into explaining why. Now, before I go any further, I want to say something. First of all, I want to say I don't have any problem with it here. I'm not here to discourage anybody. It takes a lot to be able to deal with this. Obviously, when you get into the type of shape that she's been in, you are dealing with a lot of issues. You're dealing with a lot of childhood trauma. You're dealing with a lot of dysfunction. You're dealing with a lot of emotional baggage. Much of it you probably didn't even create yourself, but you're carrying it. So I give credit and I give consideration to anybody who is able to take a look at their shortcomings, take a look at the condition they're in. They have a very formidable task in front of them, and they get to work trying to fix that. They get to work facing that. They're not looking for a, quick and easy solution. And, it takes time to do these things. It takes time, it takes work, it takes consistency. There's a lot that goes into it. So that's not lost on me. So before I go any further, I want to acknowledge that first and foremost and say that takes precedence. However, I also would need to point out that there are some other factors that I also think we need to consider. This is not to say that she shouldn't keep going. This is, you down and they trying to do something to fix their sale and you down and we're not downing anything there. That's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. So taking a look at what's going on here, and I acknowledge that, but that's a different issue. That's a different issue. I'm asking something different here. I'm asking something different. Not whether or not you can do a thing. Not whether or not you can. But does it matter? I mean, I'm asking a serious question here. I'm asking a serious question. Does it matter? And this is a question that's really going to be directed towards the men. But does it matter? The reason why I ask this is because there are factors that I want people, particularly females, to keep in mind. Remember that people never forget the way they met you. And she's been in a certain condition for a while, but more than just the physical condition is the mental and emotional condition. And the reason for that is because when you've been carrying these issues around as long as you have, it's more than skin deep. It's more than skin deep. After all these years, in her case, after probably decades, what is her mental state? What is her emotional state? What I'm saying is, you dropped the weight. Did you drop the attitude? The fact that she was grossly obese did not prevent her from being a belligerent narcissist. Did you drop that too? Better question. Can you drop that?
What?
Better question is, can you drop it? Not did you, but can you? You all have heard me talk to you for years and remind you of the fate of the former fatties. You've heard me sit up here and do that. And the reason why I've pointed it out to you is because I've always had to remind you all that, especially where the females are concerned, what generally happens is they can lose the weight, but they don't lose any of the attitude or emotional issues that, number one, got them into this mess to begin with, and number two, that they've been carrying with them all this time. That's the problem. So I've always warned you about that, and I'm not saying it to be derisive tonight. I'm just reminding you of the phrase I've used. And the phrase I've used is when I say former fatties. Former fatties, you got to understand they're carrying attitude issues before they even get started. They're carrying grudges. They're carrying other issues. That doesn't go away. Well, Jason, what do you mean? Well, let's talk about a couple of things here first. And I want to put this all in its proper context. Why did you lose the weight? Why are you working so hard to lose the weight? Is it because you want to be more fit? Is that your goal? Or are you doing it because you think it's going to give you more ability to do more of what you've already done? Did you do it so you could be more fit, or did you do it because you wanted to be more influential? Because you wanted to become more powerful, and you realize that for a female, lacking that physical component really compromises your ability to throw your weight around, pardon the expression. It really compromises your ability to impose your will on other people. So you may weigh less, but now all those bad character traits, you may have less weight, but your bad character traits are about to increase. There's the issue. That's the part I'm taking a look at. See, the real thing is that all those bad things you were doing before, nobody really wanted to tolerate them off of you because the package they came in was very deficient and compromised. Are you trying to lose the weight because you want to make it easier for you to continue, or worse, to increase the level of bad attitude, bad behavior, narcissistic, emotional, conceited, vain behavior, and abusive behavior that you've been doing? Are you trying to lose weight to become a better person, or are you trying to lose the weight because you think it'll give you more leverage to do more of what you've already been doing? She isn't doing this because she wants to become a more pleasant person for others to be around. Do you all think that's why she's doing it? Because she wants to be a more pleasant person? Do you think that she acknowledges the attitude issues, the attitude problems, the thing that she's most well known for other than her size? Do you think that that's why she's doing this, because she wants to fix everything holistically? Or do you think that she only wants to address this one thing because she thinks it'll give her something else that she can use? Do you think that she's doing this because she wants to be a more pleasant person to be around? Or do you think she's doing it because she intends to be more mean and more nasty on a whole new level than she's ever been? And she's hoping that if she does all that packaged in a different container, that this time she'll get different results. Why people will be more accommodating and more tolerant. Does she think that the men have been avoiding her only because of her weight and everything else? Oh, well, you'll just have to tolerate that. And if I lose the weight, well, now I have the ability to be as bad as I've ever been. Only now I expect you to smile while I do it. Is she doing it for legal reasons? What? Remember, I haven't let you all forget that, by the way, those lawsuits that were filed against her about some of her behavior over there in Amsterdam, some of their behavior over there in Europe, some of their behavior in those other places. Is she hoping that maybe she gives herself a different look so that she can be repackaged and reintroduced to the people? Have you all considered that? If she drops the weight and then takes on a new moniker, a la Diddy, could that be part of the plan? Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. But I also want to take a look at one more thing. I now want to put this in its context to the general public. I want to put this in the context of the general public because this is the part that's missing. This is the part that's missing in this discussion. If you're going to talk about these things, if you're going to discuss it, it's missing in this discussion. Lizzo is 36 years old. Damn! Lizzo is 36 years old. She is staring 40 down the barrel. We all know that the age of 40 gets women's attention like nothing else does. When they're still in their 20s, they can tell themselves that they're still fake kids, but once a female gets into her late 30s, she realizes, oh hell, things just got real. Lizzo is 36 years old. You think that she's not looking at her life and realizing, I'll be damned, I've screwed off the previous 2 decades. You think she's not looking at her life and saying, by the way, I'm not really anybody's preferred option for anything as far as a personal, one-on-one, person-to-person commitment? Do you think she's not looking at herself and recognizing that? And she's looking at those numbers, 3-6. 3-6 is a way bigger number than 3-0. Well, she's thinking about 3-7. And every year those numbers are getting bigger and they're crowding everything else out of the screen. And she's telling herself she has to scramble for the end zone. All these years of pretending that there wasn't a problem, now she's looking up, she's looking at her life, she's looking at in her bed, she's looking next to herself, and she's saying, I'll be damned. Beyonce got hers, and Rihanna got hers. And then she's looking at herself and saying, where's mine? There aren't even any prospects. And she's like, I'll be damned. This is my situation at 36. It's not like at 37, it's going to be better. So she's got tough things to face. She's got tough things to face. Somebody said the last train, brother, she ain't even on the train. She's not even on the train. She doesn't even have a ticket to ride. You can't name a See, Laurie Harvey could talk like that. I'm not dissing nobody. I'm saying we got to have some hard reality here. Please tell me the man of any means, the man of any status, who is looking to be with Lizzo. Gabby Sidibe had to marry the average white band.
And deal with it, nigga.
She got some little weird looking dude that nobody knows and nobody cares about. And y'all, does anybody even know if they're still together? Does anybody care? Answer to both, no. She's got a dude and goat. Take your train off into total irrelevance. It doesn't matter. The guy you married is a damn negative. She knows people are giggling. Let me tell you something. A female can tolerate many things about the man she's with. There are two things she cannot accept under any circumstances. Number one, lack of productivity, and number two, lack of status. If you are a man that people are laughing about, mocking, giggling, that eats away at her soul. Especially if she had to go through some work and effort to get you because the last train was leaving for her. And she doesn't blame herself for that. She blames you for not being everything she wanted. Sidibe grabbed what she could get, and then that was it. It's not like he made her hot. It's not like she's up for more roles. It's not like anybody's looking for her to do anything. So what was the point other than to get somebody to drive you to your diabetes checkups? What was the point? Lizzo has been wondering about this for a while. She's been wondering about this for a while because she knows she doesn't really have access to the best. She has had something of a musical career, but she hasn't been able to enjoy any of the benefits of that. She doesn't get the men. She doesn't get the clothes. She doesn't get the glamour. You don't get any of that. She's tired of being a damn sideshow. She's tired of being a sideshow. In the chat room, Twisted Logical will be calling me up when I open up the Zoom here in a little bit. I'd like to have details on that. So congratulations. We'll have you call up here in just a moment. There's a bigger question for women in general. There is a bigger question here for women in general. And this is something big here for the men to take notice of. I think I speak on behalf of all the men out there when I say that this is basically the situation that most men and black men in particular are running into. The females completely screw off their teens and their 20s. You're not asked to be a breadwinner. You're not asked to be super productive. You're not asked to be magna cum laude. You're just asked not to become a damn disgrace and a joke. This is what the men get hit with. That they sit up here and during their prime years, when it matters most, when you've got the height of your abilities and the height of your value, and it's actually a fair trade and a fair exchange. You the baddest broad, you can be with the most productive dude, y'all a good match. Between the ages of 19 and 29, today it's just ridiculous. This on your screen, this is what she has decided that a man, anybody who wants to be with her, this is what he should be working for. This is what he should be getting. He needs to put in the most work, the most effort, the most sacrifice, dealing with the evils and the hazards and the heartache of the world. And this is what he's doing it for. This is his reward. I'm showing you Lizzo here, but anybody who's taken a trip through Walmart, anyone who's taken a trip through Target, anybody who's been in the average shopping mall today, you can see what a man in his 20s or his 30s is looking at sacrificing for. $100,000 a year today is working class income, and yet even that is not qualifying. You want him to be Mr. Can Do and she's Miss Can't Try. What did she do with her 20s? We all sat here and watched it. She said, I don't give a damn. Okay, but the point I'm making to you is that, by the way, this is indicative of the average female today. And they're not Lizzo. The average female today has absolutely no reservations whatsoever of bringing men a substandard product. That when she's in her prime years, she is completely undesirable and not an option. That's my point. She comes waddling around the corner, a good size 16, or bringing a bunch of bastard kids from another man.
Nigga, please.
Or bringing her drug habit.
Damn.
Or bringing her STDs.
Auntie, chill.
Or bringing her bloated ego.
Nigga, please.
Or bringing her bloated sense of entitlement. Or worse, bringing all of the above. Now, it's one thing, one of those is a deal breaker already, but imagine when they bring all of the above. So many people get these things dead wrong. The Candace Owenses are a bunch of clueless clods. She doesn't know anything. All the rest of these females out there regurgitating what they heard from men. Don't even talk about the red pill dudes. As you all know, most of them are completely clueless. All the big names that you all know are completely clueless. You're only going to get the real if you come here. They don't want you watching porn. They don't want the young men watching porn. You don't want the young men watching porn. You know why it is that most of the males today, the young males today, are watching porn? Because that's probably the only place where they can see a desirable female who is below a size 12.
And deal with it, nigga.
Biology is biology. If the only place they can see a female who does not have a size 12 or greater, well, that's where they're going to be. If they cannot see it or find it in real life, they're going to go find it where they can. But you are not going to bully them or badger them or bludgeon them into desiring that which they do not actually want. A lot of folk will not just keep it real and recognize, by the way, could it be that these young men want to see something that they actually desire? That they don't have to sit there and fight with themselves and wrestle with themselves and compromise themselves, that it just clicks. You see, when you got access to the real thing, it doesn't require work and fighting and wrestling with it. It just clicks. Well, yeah, when he sees something that's a size 6 or at least most a size 8, it clicks. He doesn't have to fight with it. Everything just falls into place. Then you want him to return to the real world, really? Where the real world has not addressed the issues that he was speaking of in the first place. Lizzo is indicative of the progression curve that most men today encounter. When the females are in their prime years, they're doing something to screw it off. And then when they hit their damn late 30s, they want to sit up here and scramble for the goal line. They want to sit up here and throw a Hail Mary. They want to sit up here and I want to work my career. So she spent 10, 20 years, quote, having a career. And it's like, baby, all you guys a job. Please stop calling that thing at Home Depot a career, but okay. And after she's done that, well, she's like, oh, good, my job gives me health benefits. Let me go see if I can go see Dr. Miami. We're so glad they got Ozempic out here. And let me see if I can sit up here and patch all this together at the very last moment. Who cares all the extra baggage? Who cares all the extra problems? That this is the most that the men deserve. This is the most they can get, and this is the most they deserve, that she's in her late 30s. And now, after all these decades and years of complete and total neglect, let me go ahead and just slop this off the table at you. No, Ozempic is not really safe to be using it the way it is, but the real thing here is that they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it, and the real problem is by the time you did get around to even making that a priority, you don't wait until your damn late 30s. What I'm saying is, how well do you think this is going to improve the real estate in your late 30s? How much do you think this is going to do? I've always told you all this before. Do you think that this is going to take you from being a 4 to being an 8? That's the point I want you to understand. You might be taking a look at chicks who bad to the bone on Instagram. But by the way, do you think that an Ozempic pen is going to take you from being a 4 to being an 8? Do you think that's what's going to happen? See, here's the part of it here that folks don't discuss and don't talk about. What do you think is going to happen at 36 years old? What do you think the transformation is supposed to be? What is it? Who is it you're competing against? There's the next thing is that, by the way, even if you did achieve what it is you think you're trying to achieve, who exactly is that competing against? Who is that supposed to be competing against at this point? To the fellas listening to me, if you question how effective it can be at this point, give me the rock emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 1,300 people in here live. But if you question how effective it can be at this point, not just for Lizzo, but for the average female, give me the rock emoji and hit the likes button for me. I'm saying this because this is a very serious question to be asking. This idea that as a female, you can just wait until the very last second and you'll just come barreling around the corner 2 decades later. Do you understand what this really says? What this really says is that you think that the men have all just been sitting around waiting on you for the last decade, for the last 2 decades. I want you to recognize that that's what you're really saying. What you're really saying is that you think the men are so devoid and bereft of options that, yeah, you can just wait until 36, 46 and just whatever. Just slang it off the table. Dump it on the floor. They'll want it as much at when you're 36 as they did it when you were 20. Do you all understand that that's really what she's saying? I want you to understand that her behavior is speaking for the average female out here is the point I'm making. For the average female, the point that she's making here is that, yeah, you'll be waiting for me. Fellas, when you're standing in the line at the supermarket, when you're going to the mall, when you're going to your college classes, your workplace, you do realize when you see all the females sitting there like that, you do know that's what they're saying, right? They're saying that they expect you, that they'll be just fine. They will have just as many takers at 36 and size 16 as they did at 20 and size 12. That's the reason that you see this. And I'm not besmirching her efforts, but what I am saying is that as a society in general, I want us to have a conversation about By the way, exactly what is the benefit? I mean, other than physically for herself, but for anybody else, which is, of course, what she's really doing it for. What benefit does it do? I've gone ahead and posted the link to the Zoom in the chat room there. I want to have a conversation here tonight. If possible, I want to have a conversation with the men, because this is literally what we're put up with today, that this is the culture that every female is going to let herself get sexually ragged out, sexually run through, sexually trampled, physically destroyed, every damn thing else. She's going to become the lowest common denominator. And then when she gets into her 30s, she's going to see if she can take a crash diet, go find a doctor somewhere to do the Dr. Frankenstein treatment, and then see if we can come bring this slogging back to you. Decades later, she's not the young, youthful, fresh-faced thing that you knew a decade and a half ago, 2 decades ago. She's bringing you the not even the leftovers, they're bringing you the dregs. That's the point I'm making. They're not even bringing you the leftovers anymore. Now they're bringing the dregs. They're not bringing the leftovers, they're just scraping the bottom of the skillet and saying, here you go. Now, you, on the other hand, you got to be able to perform. You got to be in the top 20% of men. You don't get any curve to it. You got to be doing it now. And if you ain't got it, you get dropped. There you are. But this is the culture. This is the culture, the idea that when they get in there, they can just screw off their prime years, and here you go in the late 30s, blam, splat. And I'm using her as an example tonight because I know it's a difficult question to ask, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it. When females wait until their damn 30s and say, okay, let me scramble to try to get things together, what exactly is it you're expecting? What are you expecting? Especially when you consider the fact that the overwhelming majority of females that this happens to, they relapse. So even if a fellow were to sit up here and roll the dice and to be with you, the chances are actually very good that once you get comfortable, you're going to revert back to where you were. Is that what he thinks is going to happen? Or was he expecting that the way you are, what you changed into, that you're going to change now and you're just going to hold there? Isn't that what he's expecting? See, he's thinking about where he's going to be in 10, 20 years with you. Now, as long as he's making money or whatever the case may be, well, you're like, okay, well, he can keep that up. But by the way, this is the deal that he's made. And once again, I'm not spitting on whatever she's done. It's not what I'm doing. I'm putting this in the context of what men encounter every day. How motivating is this supposed to be? How motivating is this supposed to be when this is the game plan today? Fellas, if you want to know why it is that so many females want to talk about their degrees and the job they got, they always want the job to have benefits. But have you realized that they want the job to have benefits even if they don't have kids? Anybody who lives in Miami, Atlanta, New York, y'all know this is a damn thing. These females are literally like, it doesn't matter if I'm a size 25, I'll go get gastric bypass or something. Absolutely no concern or no effort whatsoever. We ain't going to the gym. We're not accepting a diet or anything. Everything is, oh, well, let me get some, I'll go get a doctor to fix it. I won't change any of my habits. I won't change any of my destructive behaviors. I want to make sure I got some health benefits because don't they make a pill for that? Actually, they don't. They really do think that these doctors have a magic wand that'll fix everything. Or at least they're hoping the doctors have a magic wand because ultimately she doesn't really want to change what she's doing. They want to do just enough to get you to change what you're doing, but not so that they have to become a different person. And that's a lot to ask because, yeah, you might be able to put a year or two into a weight loss journey, but now you're going to have to carry this for the next 4 or 5 decades. Are you built to do that? What is your idea of maintenance? Can they maintain it? What's the goal now? And worst of all, here's the part that fellas don't really think about. Most people don't talk about. And that's the reason I wanted to discuss this tonight. The reason why the most important element is not dropping the weight, is dropping the attitude and the behavior issues, is because Lizzo is already sexually perverted now. Do you think that if she can get down to a size 10 or a size 8, you think she's going to become more honorable? Or do you think she's going to be like, hot damn, now I can really let it freak out? Do you think if she gets down to a more manageable size, do you think that she's going to become Susie Homemaker? Or do you think she's going to be like, damn, now I can really get it in? Now that I've got some different options, now I can really get it in. You see, I know a bunch of fellows who've been with former fatties. Myself included. And one of the things you notice is that, by the way, the attitude doesn't change. They're carrying a grudge, man. And for a lot of fellas out there, if she loses the weight, she didn't lose the attitude. So next thing you know, she's sitting up saying that you are not good enough for her. Think about that for a few moments. That's literally what happens if she loses the weight and if she's able to get 1 or 2 dudes to wink at her. All of a sudden, everything else changes too. All of a sudden, she's brand new. Not even all of a sudden, that's what she's been looking for. Next thing you know, all of a sudden, you thought that she was going to become more humble and more demure. Now she's like, oh, hell no, I'm that chick now. So you're thinking that she's going to become more sexually repressed? You think that she's going to be looking at men differently? Or do you think she's now going to be saying, finally, I can really light it up because now I've got at least some options in men that I didn't have before? You do understand that's what happened. All these stories you see online of these guys who like, hey, their chick was fat, she lost the weight, and the next thing she did after she lose the weight was leave him. Dude, she didn't get up one morning and decide to leave you. She been wanting to leave. But as far as she was concerned, the weight was holding her back. But if she could ever get that out of the way, pardon the expression, then she'd be like, man, nigga, I would leave you tonight if I could get this weight out the way so that I could go exercise some other options. If they could do it. This is why a lot of the fellows who are with fat chicks, they want her to stay the way she is because he knows what type of attitude she's got. He knows the character and the personality and the attitude the chick he with. He knows if she has a chance to run them streets, she gonna do it. And if she loses the weight, it will at least increase some of the options that she would have. And she's so starved and desperate for attention, and she's so determined to get out there because that's what she really believes she is. Oh, dude, if she lose a few pounds and if she gets 2 more options, she gonna go jump on them. So a whole bunch of fellas out there, if you want to know the reason why they got a big chick and they're, oh, baby, just stay the way you is, because you know full damn well the only reason she wants to lose weight, what else could she do with weight except return to the sexual marketplace? She's not going to be more competitive for you. She already got you. She's already got you. So why on earth would she sit up here if she hasn't been doing all this stuff all this time? Why the hell would she put in more effort for a nigga she already got? Fellas know. Men know when it's like, yeah, that doesn't even make sense. No, it doesn't. You think it's going to be over when she gets done here? Hell no, they're just getting started. If she feels like there's something that she has been denied, and if she tells herself that that is a result of that her weight has been in the way, then just understand. All that's going to happen is that if she quote fixes that, she's going to be like, okay, I got unfinished business to see about. I got unfinished business. That's going to be an issue. In this day and age, this is why for men to have conversations like this, they don't talk about this kind of stuff and we don't revisit this. Right now, you have the nation that's on track for 3/4 of the population to be overweight within the next 10, 20 years, overweight or obese. That means I want you to understand it's like, it's not on track to get better. RFK being in the administration or not. RFK being in the administration or not. In the chat room, Thurston, I need you to give me a call up on Zoom. I'll give you a minute to go ahead and do that. By the way, I had somebody else that was supposed to be giving me a call up here also. Let me go ahead and get his stuff together. The Zoom link is pinned at the top of the chat room there. And by the way, I know this can be a difficult conversation to have because, by the way, that can be an issue. Let me give Thurston here about another 30 seconds. If I don't see him on Zoom, permanent vacation. So often what happens is that people sit up here and have these conversations way after issues have happened. Way after issues have happened. As men, it's important for us to pick our fights, not just to respond when other things happen. By the way, the whole point of picking fights is that it shows people what your priorities are. It shows people what your priorities are. That's what it does. We don't just talk about these things when it's convenient. We talk about these things because, by the way, to let you know we haven't forgotten. You see, here's the thing. As men, we get to check up all the damn time. We get to check up all the damn time. Man, if you on top of your damn game, you don't get a year to coast. You don't get a year to do that. You don't get a year to do that. As men, if you ain't got it, that's it. That's the whole reason why fellas will be around here and they angry and this, that, and the other. Man, they're already bad about that. You don't get to go ahead and coast. A man doesn't get to sit up here and say, oh, well, we screwed off our 20s. Here we go. You don't get to do that. If you don't have it when you walk in the door, you're done. All right, but by the way, folks, have you considered that men have to be motivated? Have you considered that? But while I'm on that subject, I want to take a moment here to go ahead and discuss one other thing. The reason why I have to insist that people stay focused. See, here's the issue that we run into as men. When men get together in a group, and I use the word men advisedly, when men get together in a group, you see, there's supposed to be an agenda. The agenda is not supposed to be auditioning to be the class clown. The agenda is not supposed to be auditioning for attention. But there's the issue that we have. See, the problem that we have is that when men are sitting around discussing a significant issue, there's always the unaccomplished, undisciplined, unmaintained, unachieving fellas who sit around. They'll be 30 and 40 and 50 damn years old and still trying to be the class clown. They don't like to focus. And I understand, because you're not ready. The issue with Thurston is he's not ready. He's not ready. If you can tell me that there's a fight going on tonight, your life is too screwed up, nigga. For him and the other fella, if you can say that, there's already an issue. You ain't getting paid. Nobody is paying you to keep up with that. So just like the dope smoker and the Xbox player, that's you, dumbass. That's you. So Lizzo is all you get. Belly up to the bar, Jeebs. It's going to be a rough ride. See, what happens is that when men get together, we're supposed to be very disciplined and keep it on point and keep everything solid and stay focused. But if you want to know why it is that so many females act like this, is because they keep meeting guys like Thurston and the other clowns in here. Ooh, you know, there's a fight going on here tonight. Nigga, are you getting paid? No, you're just the typical jackass sitting in front of a television screen watching and consuming. And whoever wins the fight, tell me what you gain from it. Okay, if Jake Paul wins, what do you gain? If Tyson wins, what do you gain? What do you gain of any lasting significance? What do you gain? What's in it for you? See, this is the reason why a lot of these chicks out here are as screwed up as they are, because they're taking a look at the males. The males should at least have a united agenda of their own. And what the females see is, do you see how easily these guys are distracted? In the chat room, Sir Grizzle needs to give me a call up on Zoom. I'll give you about a minute here. See, the females are taking a look at the men and they're saying, by the way, well, where's the agenda? Where's the focus? That's the point I want you to keep in mind. Instead of seeing this incredibly dense core of disciplined dudes, you see something else. You see something else. So the females in many cases are responding to that. When you have a bunch of overgrown man babies who are just looking to be entertained, well, water seeks its own level. They respond to the fellows who are out here saying they building something of their own. Those are the only ones who get to sit up here and say, hey, that's what you respond to. She's sitting on the couch consuming and you sitting on the couch next to her or on the other side of the country, both sitting and consuming. That's the issue. You know what gets the females' attention? When they take a look and see what the men are talking about as a group and then moving on it. I've been to California. I've been by Mike Tyson's weed stuff out there. I've seen that. By the way, dude, and yours. And yours. You're up to date on what Mike Tyson doing, okay? And you? And what about you? You think they don't see that? Of course they notice it. But if you're the generic loser, yeah, of course you are. Other folks' YouTube channels, they would be scared to death to kick out folk like that. I'm not. I have no problem thinning the herd. He wasn't a benefit when he was here. He won't be a liability gone. Imagine grown men sitting over here fixating on Mike Tyson 40 damn years out of his prime. 40 years out of his prime. And you sitting up here still following it there. Do you realize, by the way, there's a problem? We're over here talking about some different agenda, and you talking about, Titan out there, and your lack of focus is like a little dope fiend. That's the reason that's not working. That's the reason it's not working. You don't look like an observer. You just look like a consumer. That's the issue. What they're looking for is to see, by the way, what's your counter argument to it? What's your counterpoint to it? What do you have going for yourself? You can't trade on what Tyson gets, on what Jake Paul gets, and yet you know the blow by blow and up to date on what they're doing. See, there's a reason why whenever I hold a documentary film or something, I'm asking the men, by the way, hey, who's ready to invest? How much y'all got? They're never ready. Tyson got his. Jake Paul got his. At this point right now, they trying to stack up generational wealth. They got theirs. Tyson had his 40 years ago. He got his. And you? Tyson got his high yellow red bone with a slim waist, and you? And by the way, not only that, you want to talk about Tyson, the little sissy five mama's boy sitting there, ooh, you're going to be a fight here tonight? Well, let me go ahead and explain this to you, dum-dum. Please remember, it's his wife he with now. She was the one who told him to, his money was running low. And she said, you're a great storyteller. You should consider doing a one-man show. And he was like, what? She came up with an idea. Okay, you can't afford to pay for a whole bunch of stuff here. You done screwed off all your damn money. He said she was the one who told him, hey, you should do a one-man show. I mean, you can't do a stand-up comedy routine. You're not a comedian. Nobody's going to look for Mike Tyson, the comedian. But people do want to hear about your life, and you're a great storyteller. And Tyson never really thought of himself that way. And she said, no, you can just be on stage, just you and a microphone. This woman was taking a look at what he had and what he had available to him. And she's just like, hey, all he got is him and his stories. He can't fight no more like that. All he's got is him and his stories. And she came up with an idea. She said, hey, people will will pay money to show up and hear you tell your damn stories. She came up with that idea. Now that's a chick who put bread on the table. That's a chick who put money in the pocket. She ain't just a cute face and a slim waist. She put money in this man's pocket. You're not talking about that. You talking about some damn Jake Paul nice. She put bread in this man's pocket. And you talking about Jake Paul. Tyson got his. He did that. Then he got into the podcasting thing. So he found out that people actually like to they'll listen to him. They'll listen to him talk as a person. Okay, the woman he's with, put the game in him for that. And that's legit. That's great. Don't have a problem with that. But by the way, that he's got his. Him and his woman, and then made sure they got theirs. Meanwhile, you see them who, the fight tonight? They gonna be boxing. They gonna be boxing out there. Then you wonder why we got Generation Lizzo. The reason why the females consolidate, they say, on the highest value man. Do you notice the highest value man is practically always the one got something going on? Say what you want to about your NBA athletes. He's not watching TV. He's the man on TV that you watching.
And deal with it, nigga.
Big difference. You showing up to watch the game. He is the game. Big difference between what y'all doing. Whole totally different realities. First order of business is, before you complain about the females, give them something to consolidate on. They're always going to be looking at who's actually doing something. And when you sit around and all they see is you looking at another man asking about what he's doing. Where Tyson? Where Zion Williamson here? Where they at? Let me tell you something right now. There's nothing more useless than a male who can tell you every damn thing that's on TV. Nothing more useless than a male who can sit up here and tell you about all the hot stuff on TV and this, that, and the other. And then you take a look at him. It's like, by the way, hey, every female in here knows this frustration. She knows this aggravation. That's why they're leaving it to me to do it. She knows full well. By the way, hey, nigga, what are you building? When you turn that damn television off, if you ever get out from in front of it, by the way, and what piece of the world you taking? What you getting? See, here's the real damn issue that you have. There's a bunch of females in here and whatnot. I talked about how a lot of the females are messing up their 20s and 30s. I gotta say something. A lot of you females in here, you got slim waists and you done screwed off your damn size 6. Waist to size 6. Waist to size 8. Doing it for what? Do you have somebody who's meeting that damn standard? That's the real question. I got a number of females who listen to me. And I'm like, by the way, hey, baby, I couldn't help but notice. Yeah, your size 6 waist, but size 6 waist, but the dude you with, what are we doing? Some of you got kids with them. I'm like, okay, well, good luck with that. With fellas here, they don't focus. Let me tell you something right now. The only damn thing you should be saying about Mike Tyson is if you're doing business or what are you learning? What do you got? Oh, something else going on. You can go ahead and watch the TV. We're going to go ahead and do that. They do a great job at that right there. I'm just saying here, fellas, I gotta go ahead and lay the truth on you. I gotta lay the truth on you about that. Tyson got his weed license. Tyson got his one-man show. Tyson got his podcast. Tyson got his thing going. And good for him. I just want to remind you of one more thing. Tyson's not keeping up with what you doing tonight.
And deal with it, nigga.
You can sit up here and tell me what Tyson's doing tonight. By the way, I couldn't help but notice for you, he doesn't reciprocate the favor. He neither knows nor cares what you're doing tonight. And yet you're inquiring about him. A man who isn't inquiring a thing about you. Just thought I would go ahead and throw it out there. I just want to put that in its proper context. I got a program I want to do tomorrow on Patreon. By the way, Mr. Gray on Zoom, I need you to turn your camera and your microphone on for me. I'll give you 5 seconds to go ahead and get that straightened out for me. I'm going to be the only person who sees you, but just make sure we don't have any trolling issues. I just need your camera and your microphone on for me. All right, Mr. Gray, and what is on your mind?
Jason Black, what's going on with you, brother?
All right, brother, what's on your mind, brother? I won't use the other name. Mr. Gray is the right one.
Yeah, man. So, actually, last week when you did your hating debate, you were in Atlanta or whatnot. So I actually had my wife call in to essentially, represent for Atlanta, represent the Georgia Peaches or whatnot.
Okay, so that was her.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, dude, look here. Okay, that puts in a whole new context. You got lucky. That's all I can tell you. You got lucky. And I don't even believe in luck. It's usually skill, but it's like, yeah, you got the last one. You got the last train leaving out of Atlanta. Period.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. But given tonight's topic or whatnot, I also felt compelled to call in because, not necessarily to get back into that story or, the situation that she laid out, how we got together. But to your point, during the call, you mentioned that was a time span or a gap in which we, didn't see each other for several years. So long story short, I was a single man in Atlanta, with my own place from 19 to 24. Okay. So you kind of just, could fill in the blanks from there. But as it relates to this program, the main, the main women or the main issues or, some of the females that were just, so off the chain were the women in their, mid to late 30s, single moms, and just, shooting their shots and not even realizing the competition, that they're competing with. You're competing with, the college females, the young corporate females. And so you're talking about, 15 to 20 years ago, early 2000s in Atlanta, I mean, the landscape was just wide open.
Well, I mean, because their attitude is that you're going to compete to do what is best for her, not what is best for you.
Exactly. And so, as it relates to the program tonight, I think that, when these, when the females, when they, change their outer self or their physical being, one thing that they miss is the changing of their internal self. But once you reach that age, once you, get past 30, once you're in your, adulthood years, are you able to do that? And if so, what does that look like? What still are you qualifying for as far as a, male, as an eligible male that's out there? And so, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to check in and, give you props, always spitting fire with whatnot.
Well, I
But
mean,
to your
look, the
point-
thing is, when you're in your early 20s, you know all the influences that are out there, the peer pressure, what your other so-called male counterparts were doing, and you had the option of pursuing that too. It's like, you're
Correct.
like, okay, let me go ahead and knuckle down and focus on building for myself so that my value, I'm going to make sure my value 10 years from now is higher than my value today. Okay, you're doing that for a reason. You're not doing that because you're bored. You're doing that because you expect something. You're doing
Correct.
that because you expect a reward. If you're going to sacrifice, you're expecting a reward for doing that. If everybody else is going for instant gratification, you're expecting to get something. And this idea that you're going to sacrifice your ass off and get nothing for it. And as far as I'm concerned, if you sacrifice in your early 20s, you're going to get the same thing as the guy who didn't. That's the problem getting approached by Miss Three Baby Mama, Miss Three Baby Daddies. This guy done worked his ass off, I'm going to get the same thing that they got? What the hell was the point of sacrificing? What did you do that for? Just to get the same damn thing. You could have got that without doing all that. And gotten this sooner if that was what it was going to be. So if you're going to go through that and do all that and put yourself through that, you're doing that for a reason. And we need folks to acknowledge that, yeah, you're doing that for a reason. You really, really are. You really are. And you didn't do it so you have to settle. You did it so you don't have to settle. That's why it's like I say, Jason, why you got side chick applications? Because that's your market value. Exactly. I can be brutally, you a married man, but I can be brutally honest. Okay, that's your market value. Here you go. You can get this right here. This idea that you're going to get top dollar value, but you didn't bring them top dollar either.
But to that point, again, I was, single, 19 years old in Atlanta, 19 to 24. But one thing is that, again, the women that's out here throwing blows, like my wife was willing to compete as well. She was not just a, cute face, slim waist or whatnot. It was a no brainer after going through this, cesspool of, again, I'm not trying to necessarily down the female, so let me just kind of retract that. But this unrealistic expectation that the women have out there or whatnot, and this predated social media for the most part. So you can already see where it was going, 20 years ago or whatnot. And so when you think about a high quality female and what a productive male is looking for, you are looking for a match. You are looking for someone that you can hand the ball off, and they're not fumbling the ball. They don't get up to the line of scrimmage and call audibles on your behalf or whatnot. So it's just in today's climate. Again, I'm married, but I'm still in the midst as far as being productive or going to social engagement. Just always trying to look ahead and expand and build on what you have. So I am able to see it from that perspective. I am able to see how, the women are moving from that perspective. And out here, I just see a bunch of unrealistic expectations, because not only is the, physical game not up to par, but it's also, mentally. And I think that gets overlooked as a huge part of when, these women are trying to go after this, productive alpha male. And, I was just saying Lizzo's case, or other females that are, getting their physical down, trying to work out and all that. Yeah, it's good on the outward appearance, but are you really unloading that baggage? And if not, do you really have the time to unload that baggage? And who are you attracting?
Well, I gotta step in there on one part. Y'all, he's different from me. He's very charitable. He's very generous. He really, really is. I mean, you had it right the first time, though, brother. I mean, it's a cesspool. I mean, it really is. In many cases, a damn landfill. That's not to be mean or insulting. It's just calling a spade a spade. In Atlanta, this is why I did my program in Atlanta, because I'm like, okay, I got to spend a few days there this time and really get to go around and check the temperature and this, that, and the other. It's not about having sexual options. Atlanta got plenty of that. Yeah. I mean, if you're a fellow who's sleeping alone tonight in Atlanta, that's a personal issue. I don't think I can help you with that. And you're not really pulling nothing slick by talking about you always got a female with you. Nigga, that ain't nothing to it.
Not in Atlanta.
I visit from Shreveport and can load up the truck if I want to. It's really that simple. They are literally everywhere. It is literally everywhere, and they ready to go. They starving for it. So they ain't saying nothing. It really, really isn't. The issue is, okay, where's your commitment material? Where's your wife material? If that's what you're interested in. That's what Atlanta doesn't have. You got plenty of female options, but not wife material. And it's like, okay, well, why not? Because if you're going to commit, I touched on this last week, and I won't be disrespectful, nothing like that, but I'm pretty sure, you and your chick got together in your mid-20s. So you didn't have to sit up here and deal with the usual baggage and body count and all this damn mental and emotional schism and stuff that would have happened if you had waited 5 more years. Correct. 5 more years, and it's like Atlanta would have got her. Especially because she from Decatur, so she already high risk being from Decatur. But I'm just saying, if you waited 5 more years, dude, that's it. It would have been a wrap. She'd be just another cute chick with a bunch of issues, and that's really the way it is. What is the average 25-year-old female in Atlanta doing tonight?
And I tell you again, it's. If you're running to your colleges, if you're running to these corporate jobs, it is ridiculous out here. And so the need for proper grooming or proper building up from a woman's perspective, it is definitely missing. And again, to your point, in the cesspool, you take a city like Atlanta. I mean, you have, 4 major, sports teams here. It's a market for, corporate jobs, entertainment. And so I think that you add in that perspective of social media and this mixed perception of, just because I have a cute face, slim waist, I could pull whoever. But the productive man isn't looking at it from that perspective. He's like, okay, cool, eye candy. That's what's up. I could roll with that, something good to look at, but what value are you adding to me? What value are you bringing? Like last week, I told my wife to call in, talk to Jason Black about, the landscape of Atlanta, where is the good female? And I wasn't worried at all about the conversation, even though it did start taking some twists and turns. Brought out some interesting things about our story, but at the same time, it was so easy for me to roll the dice at 25, and that's not saying that all men should get married or settle down at 25. But to your point, it can be a crapshoot at times, but if there's something worth taking that risk on, it was pretty easy to roll the dice.
Well, I mean, look, the average fella is not really improving himself, over the course of 2 decades. They're not really improving themselves by having female options. They're not really doing that. They just kind of just running numbers up, but they're not really improving themselves. So that would be the issue I would see with most males. They're not highly driven. They fight to get sexual access, and then pretty much, that's about it. So there's where I see the problem comes in general. it would be a lot easier to get them focused. I mean, certainly, the ideal situation would be they have the right female and everything, so that gets out of the way so they can really hunker down and get focused on other things. Plus, they got a partner with them, to make sure that they got their back. That's the ideal situation. And that's what I was saying. In your case, at 25, you pretty much had that handled. The average male in Atlanta is just is a very basic question. What is the average 25-year-old female in Atlanta doing tonight? Doing tomorrow night? And that's going to gauge how the fellas are going to move. Is really going to gauge that, because what your wife was looking for at 25 on a Friday is not what the average is looking for, not what the majority is looking for at that point. She looking to be with an accountant. These other chicks out here, we see what's happening. Like I said, that whole conversation for her would just be odd to them. I mean, they can say it, but to actually have to spend any real time around you and to actually be what you're looking for, that's when the wheels would come off the wagon. Right there. It's like, okay, as soon as they get done doing the imitation of Magic City, as far as accommodating you as a person, that's where the problem would come. And it's like, okay, well, there's not a whole lot to her beyond, beyond sex. That's where we really get into trouble, is that if we take sex off the table, what are they offering? It's like, okay, we took sex off the table, and what do I got? What do I have? And that's a very important thing. I was mentioning about this before that, I have to be able to, especially like what I do, I got to be able to put you around millionaires and billionaires and me be able to get up and leave the room and you still be able to keep the conversation going with them as if I hadn't left. That right there, brother, that eliminates 95% of females off the bat. Right there by itself.
Off the bat. Look, dead man walking already.
So imagine that for a few moments. Like, you being an accountant, you got to handle other people's money. Okay, you're going to handle people who make a lot more money than you. Yeah, that matters. That matters. That matters to have somebody you can hand the ball off to. That matters to have somebody who is compatible with what you're doing. That matters. It's great and it's wonderful if she can fit into a slingshot without looking like a circus animal.
Right.
That's great and everything.
That helps too.
Yeah, that's great and everything. If she can wear, leopard print without looking like an elephant, that's good. You see, that should be the rule. If you're going to wear animal print, you should at least look like the animal. You shouldn't start looking like a different animal. You should at least look like the animal you wearing the print from. Okay, but beyond that at this point right now, brother, that's a tall bill. That's a tall bill. So if I can encapsulate this, like, wow, what's the average 25-year-old female doing? What are they doing that makes it worth that level of work and effort from you? Because that's a lot to ask for.
So let me ask you something. From the male perspective, what do you think it is that is prohibiting, us getting built up sooner? You know what I mean? I know what my experience was. I know what my background was, and maybe I didn't have, a bunch of distractions, or it's just a simple fact of just having a game plan. And although I may seem like a unicorn or whatnot, I do have, other friends that, fall in a similar situation where, they looked up as well. I mean, I'm putting that in quotation marks. But at the same time, what do you think is the issue with younger men getting built early?
You just said it, is you had a game plan. The thing that most females find to be undesirable about males, hello, Mr. Thurston and the rest of y'all, is the fact that they meet guys who are in their 30s and their 40s and still don't know what they want to do with their life.
Yes.
So that doesn't make a woman feel very secure when the man she's talking to is so obviously aimless. In your case, for whatever reason, you had a specific direction you were trying to go into in your early 20s. That says something to females, especially when you're showing clear progress and clear progression. But the average 20-something-year-old male, he has no clue what he wants to do or where he wants to be solidly 10 years from now. None. He knows where he wants to be tonight, and he knows where he wants to be this weekend. But as far as real concrete, solid foundational goals, he doesn't have it. That's missing. And it usually either they got to be down and out or they got to take a major hit before they finally hunker down and settle and say, okay, this is the direction I'm going. But all of y'all can go to your social media. You go put up on your timeline. You're going to see a bunch of dudes, usually going to be some old niggas.
And Deal with it, nigga.
Be sitting up here telling you that it's okay if you don't know what you want to do if you're 35 and don't know what you want to do with your life. If you're 45 and don't know what you want to do with your life. And I'm like, you're crazy as hell. Because I've seen people say it. I've heard them say it now for decades. Go ask the female if that's all right. Go ask her if she wants to be 45 with a man who doesn't know what he wants to do with his life at 45. While folks are sitting up here encouraging the males to be eternal toddlers because they don't want to sit up here and tell you get off your ass or you need to get yourself straightened out. You need to have some direction, which means not doing necessarily what you want to do. This is what you have to do. Ask your daughter. Be a father and somebody come up to you and say, you want your daughter to be with a guy who's 30 and has no clue what he wants to do with his life. He's been a grown man for 12 years, doesn't know what he wants to do with his life at 30. At 35, been a grown man now, going on 2 decades, doesn't know what he wants to do with his life. Here, have my daughter. Yeah, you're 35, you'll figure it out. The jackasses and clowns on the internet and cable television who sit up here and enable that and encourage that, that's not who they hand their daughters off to. They would be terrified if you said that. So the first thing, brother, is like I say, he has to have an agenda for himself. He's got to say, this is where I want to be. This is where I need to be, separate from a female family and think this is my life and this is where I want to be and I'm solid. This is where I'm trying to go. And it can be difficult, especially with 3 generations of males raised by single mothers who are not going to insist that he do that. She wants to make him the coddled version of his father, not the self-sufficient, independent version of himself. So you're really fighting that too. You know, the mama needing to let go because she doesn't actually have a man, but she wants to have a male who will help take care of her. So he's got that thing going on. So she has no problem with him hanging around the house because she needs a man around the house. And she doesn't have access to one.
It sounds like a lack of seriousness. You know what I mean? And particularly for us as brothers, it's hard to, you know, I don't know how you cannot be motivated as a young black male out here.
Well, you're talking about it's easy. It's easy, brother. Right now, New Year's night in Atlanta, if I show up this now, I may pop through. I better not say nothing because if I do, folks will be sitting trying to go look through every hotel in Atlanta trying to find me. But brother, I mean, I've been in the Westin on New Year's night in Atlanta a couple of times now. What do I see? I see a bunch of young dudes. You see the same damn thing every year when you go. They walking up and down the street smoking weed and may have a couple of females running in and out. Now, you know full well you never would have gotten your credentials at 21 if that's what your life was. If that was the central focus of your life, you'd be smoking weed and flip-flopping hoes till you was 85. Forget 25.
Man, I was trying to be independent. I wanted to get out my parents' crib. You know what I mean? I wanted to, you know, do something for myself or whatnot. And but yeah, to your point, I guess you cannot instill motivation, purposeness, or intentionality. But it's not hard work, quote unquote, if you are driven. But I guess that's something that, you know, just kind of has to come along, and you know, it
has never been easier to coddle males than it is today. If you are a male who wants to live in the matrix, if you want to be narcissized, if you want to be distracted, if you want to have any number of mechanisms for escapism, it has never been easier and it's never been more plentiful. Brother, downtown Atlanta, the Westin, the Waffle House, Olympic Park, the Marriott, you know, you name it. Brother, you see them standing around all damn day. You can literally go, we can go down there to the Hard Rock Cafe right now and they'll be standing on the corner. They'll be walking around. They'll be sitting in the lobby. I can go down the list. Nigga, you ain't even checked in this hotel. What you doing in the lobby? I can go down the list, man. That's what it is. And if you're willing to do that, and there's plenty who are, if you're willing to do that, brother, it's like being with the homeless. It's like being with that. Let me give you another example here. And Atlanta is one of the worst case scenarios, but it's far from the only one. You see the same thing in Houston. You see the same thing in Dallas. You see the same thing in Memphis. Dodge Charger. Oh, I'm going to upset a whole bunch of fellas. Brother, you know what it is? The Dodge Charger is the official car of black males who's peaked at the age of 18 everywhere. Bottom line, he wants to get a Hellcat demon.
Got to throw that Camaro in there.
Well, for the ones who still doing that and the Mustang, but especially the Charger. If you see the Charger and the Challenger, that's it. And that means something. A Challenger or a Charger, that's not a car you get for a family. That's not a car you get for an aspirational female. That's not a car that you get to move into an upper level of society or an upper level of accomplishment. The same level of productivity that you had at 18 will get you a Charger at 28. You're not required to do any more. It's going to be the same car, same engine, same everything. And what I'm saying is that you can like whatever you want to, but that says something to me about you. That says something to me. Versus if you had a Bentley or a Aston Martin. That says something to me. It tells me about your mental state. It tells me about your aspirations. It tells me about where you are as a person and, more importantly, as a man. Atlanta full of them. Atlanta overflowing with them.
One of the things that's ironic about this situation is, again, if I go back to several years about single days, all that type, the landscape, the harder you work, the easier the landscape is because of the competition level, because of the lack of seriousness at in your formidable, your primary years. So it's almost like if you get out and get serious about yourself early, it's somewhat easy for you. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, psychologically, I mean, it's easier in some ways, it's harder in others because you're focused on what you're doing. That's the hard part, but it's something you've chosen. It's easier when you don't have a bunch of other folk hanging off you who are not going anywhere. That's the first thing you notice when you get focused is you've actually dropped a lot of dead weight. You don't have a bunch of folk who ain't going nowhere, ain't doing nothing, and they all hanging around you. Remember, if you're doing something with yourself, the Mr. Do-Nothings, they're either not going to like you or they're going to be constantly putting pressure on you to ease back on what you're doing. That's what you're going to be stuck in. So when you alleviate yourself from that, you find it easier to focus. Even if you're not accomplishing your goals overnight, it's a whole lot easier to focus when you don't have all these distractions trying to pull you away from it. You set your situation up so that everything around you is focusing you where you need to go. So if you're putting in for the next 4 years, you're focused, the folk in your classroom are focused, your professor's focused. If you got a job, it's focused on that. If you got a female, you insisting that she's focused on that. So now you've made sure and managed everything to make sure it's focused on where you're going. Well, that makes it a whole lot easier than having a bunch of folks sitting up here they're hoping you settle down for just a minute so they can distract you and take you off in another direction and detour you somewhere that they're trying to go. That's why it's so important for you to make sure you got folk around you who are heading the same direction. It is better for you to be with one other person and you're both going in the same direction than to be with 20 other folk and they trying to go in 20 different directions and trying to pull you in 20 different directions. That's why it feels harder, because it is harder because you're not making any progress. You're not. And they're trying to make you feel better about not doing that because they're comforted just seeing your work ethic. They're comforted just seeing your level of discipline. That to them, just having proximity to you, man, you wearing them out, just them watching you. Man, this nigga work hard. Look at he focused hard. I'll be damn. I'm getting exhausted just looking at him. And it's literally like that. As far as they're concerned, okay, that's enough. You've done enough thinking for all of us. You've done enough focus for all of us. All right, let's sit down and bull jive some more. All right, we're done finished with that. Let's bull jive some more. That's what you end up in. Hell yeah, it's hard as hell then. And as a male, the hardest part is when we look up and you're no longer 25, you're 35. And you realize you didn't just waste a decade, you've actually wasted 2. So that's what happens to us when we realize, I'll be damned, if we hit the ground running out of high school, we'd have been okay. We'd be a whole lot better. So when you get 35, you haven't wasted 1 decade, you've actually wasted 2. Now you're looking at 40, but it's a whole different thing from a female. Because a female, regardless, and they know this, that's the crazy ass part about it. That's why ever since the damn election and whatnot, y'all notice the females are talking about withholding sex. By the way, it's just okay. They're not talking about withholding their degrees. They're not.
That's a whole
if you voted for
war,
Trump, I'm withholding my degree. I'm withholding my working on your car. They're not. It's the same old thing. I'm withholding sex. I'm like, okay, well, thanks for letting us know what you brought of value. But by the time for us as men looking down the barrel of 40, brother, that's Armageddon, because we realize a female can sit up here and still throw her legs around a fella who willing to throw some money. We don't have that option. She can be 36 and she might be able to throw a Hail Mary and get some dude who'll let her go ahead and sign her up for a position. We don't have that option. So when 40 comes into view for us, if we ain't got nothing going for us, dude, you're in bad shape. That's when fellas got to scramble, because you also realize, I'll be damned, I don't have as many years in front of me as I did behind me. Certainly not productive years, not prime years. You can't really be a workhorse at 45 like you were at 25. You got wear and tear on
prime years over with. Yeah.
You got wear and tear on you. You're supposed to be working for the last 20 years. Now you still gonna be foot to the floor at 45, and it's easy. Now you can be foot to the floor at 45, but not starting from zero.
Not starting from scratch. No, not at all.
Now if you starting from nothing, that's gonna be hard as hell. But if you already got something up under you, yeah, you can still be foot to the floor because you got momentum. Right. So it's a different type of foot to the floor. That's hard to do when you starting from zero at 45. What the hell man wants to be doing that? So it's different for us. A female starting at 36 is different than a male starting at 36. Totally different.
No, I mean, I agree 100%. And, the lands, a male right now, and I'll just speak, specifically about, the Atlanta area. It's, if there is some self-motivation, if you are built, even though it may seem like there's a, cesspool out there, yeah, you got to weave your way through that. You got to dodge all that, and you got to discern, who are the qualified ones. But the good thing is, with some motivation and some work ethic behind you and some productivity, it's wide open for you. You just have to, put in that time, put in that work to, become built. So, on the positive side, it's wide open for you. And, you also have your options. But if those options aren't, what you choose to take advantage of, just continue to improve yourself and, make sure you are the best individual that you can be.
Well, here's my thing, brother. No matter where you are in life as a man, make sure that you put yourself in a position where you got options, including the most important option of all, which is the ability to say no. Okay, if you don't really have a bunch of desirable options out there, don't be in a situation where you're so lacking in options that you just take whatever you can get, because that's where most males are. The truth, that's where most males are today. They are taking what they can get. That's why so many females don't have a problem screwing themselves off in their 20s and 30s, because hey, most of these niggas is desperate. The way they talk to you and me is not the way they talk to these females. When they get with the females, he thirsty, he desperate. That's why they're like, hey, he'll be here in 5 years. Hell, this nigga be here in 5 decades. He's not going anywhere. And that's literally, in a lot of cases, that's what you see happening. These guys don't really have the option to say no. So when she does spin the block and come back with Pookie and Ray Ray and Mike kids, these guys don't really have the option. If she still got a thin waist on her, oh, well, they don't have the option of saying no. It's like, okay, she's back with these kids and all these problems and baggage. I better say yes.
So they forever stuck in the discount bin, the clearance rack.
Yeah. I mean, it's just this vicious cycle that just goes on forever. So a lot of fellas, they don't like it. But if they don't really have the ability to say, I got other options, even if the option is just telling you, yeah, I got another chick, she might be 5% better, but I got another option. Most males don't have that. They just have the ability to swap this bad one for another bad one. Or at least they're of equal desirability. Or he doesn't have any other option at all. This is the only thing to return a phone call. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. As usual, great broadcast, great broadcast. Definitely appreciate the platform, and as it relates to tonight's topics, um, from a male perspective, if I'm talking to a younger guy that is building himself up, and like for instance, you're in a city like Atlanta, right? Where I mentioned we have four major sports franchises or something like that, but you also have the ability to go on a nice vacation or treat a lady out to fly her out, that type of stuff. I would say instead of splurging out on a vacation, invest that time in yourself and build yourself up, meaning that, get in the midst of whatnot. So get a membership to the Atlanta Hawks, buy a 10 game membership or to the Falcons or to the Braves. And, those memberships come with special privileges. And at the same time, you're in a networking environment, you're in the social environment of, now, don't get me wrong, it may be some, thorn around going out there, but you'll also be around some built men that would put you on game. I'm 41 years old, but at the same time, in my 30s, I've had a mentor. So don't be afraid to ask for advice, ask for game, or come to the broadcast, come to the business broadcast. But don't. It's okay to be humbled and yet continuing to build yourself. So I would say just look at things and other opportunities to where you can become built and motivated. So it's all about a mindset and intentionality. And a brother that's built in today's climate, you got some opportunities in front of you.
You raised some interesting possibilities there as well. Like I say, I mean, if you have a certain standard for your life of what you expect to be receiving and what the rewards are you're supposed to be getting, then that's going to dictate to you the type of female that you have around you or the one that you invest in. I'm a firm believer. There's a reason why when you talk about getting built, if she's not worth $1,000 a night suite, she probably don't need to be there. You got fellas out here having you got kids with a female that you don't think is worth a $500 suite. Think about that for a few moments. You locked and handcuffed to a chick. You don't think she's worth that, but she's got a kid? Really? This is a complete lack of planning. Do you realize that obviously she's not worth the kid if she wasn't worth this over here? Obviously.
Right.
You can call MasterCard and get your money back on that. So that's telling you something. If she's not worth that, I'm talking about unequivocally, unquestionably, no buyer's remorse. You ain't doing it later like, damn, wish I hadn't did that. It's like, no, you completely solid. It's like, yeah, there's no issue with that. That's your first sign you're making a mistake. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I want to say something. You know what? I'm going to save that for tomorrow here on Patreon. I'm going to say this for tomorrow because I didn't get to say this here before, but he just mentioned that. I'm going to give y'all a little bit of something tomorrow on Patreon. I'm going to give you a little bit of an inside thing right there. I shouldn't be telling you. I'm supposed to keep all this stuff to myself. I'm supposed to keep this to myself and leverage it for my benefit. But tomorrow I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of the dark arts, and as a matter of fact, it's the dark arts I think they'll be a little timely for you. You've been warned. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get Mr. Jackson here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Mr. Jackson here on Zoom. Yeah, I can't wait for Patreon tomorrow. Now he's done got me psyched up for this. I want to do this. All right, Mr. Jackson, what's on your mind, brother?
Jason, good evening, brother. It's been a minute. Looking forward to the 8 a.m.
Yeah, I was looking for you here. I wanted you to come down to Atlanta. Bro. I didn't want to disturb you, but I was like, okay, I guess he's busy or something. But I wanted you to come down to Atlanta.
Yeah, I wanted it for the election thing. I wanted to come down. I've been in, and I've probably been in like 7 states in the last 2 weeks. So I've been busy as hell, man. I'm sorry about that. I watched the whole damn thing though. It was amazing, bro. Um, Actually, man, I gotta ask you a question. I wish you would do a screen at 8 a.m. in close to Nashville. You know, it's blowing up. But I had this conversation with a couple of guys, married and not married, different races and everything. And I'm curious, man, like I feel like, and maybe just because I watch the business, I follow a lot of like power dynamic. Obviously, the business is top notch, but it's been kind of the algorithm's been kind of like forwarding me things. And I'm saying, man, I don't know if this is true. It may be a personal thing, but it's seeming like 90 to 95% of women are not, I would go as far to say even side chick material, much less relationship dating, marriage, wifey material. Because for me, I've kind of got to the point where it's a wrap. Like I feel like majority of the women are recreational use only. And if that like after that, that post no clarity after that is kind of like you really don't want to be around them. And I feel like maybe it's more an environment for me. I need to change my environment, but I've done everything that you recommend from a how you present yourself, whether it be the Amex Lounge, the country club, like the brother was saying in the last call, the suites or whatever at the at the NBA games or NFL or whatever. I don't know if that's just me or other brothers can, that are live if they can speak to that, but that's what I'm noticing, man. I wish there's something, I wish it was different, obviously. That's my first thing. And
Well,
I
look,
have
I
one more.
mean, look for somebody else to lie to you. I'm not going to be that guy who does that. Just like, the single mother epidemic and everything else here has taken a deleterious, look it up. Just like it's taken a negative effect in so many other areas, it's taking it on the females too. So the quality of what we expect from a female today is not what our father and grandfather expected. We expect something different, or at least we're expecting, they have to have a tighter game and they got to be more disciplined. So what was acceptable for them is not necessarily acceptable for us. That's where the real thing is coming from. If you just want a basic chick, they're everywhere, which is the real thing I think you're complaining about. As far as a chick who can either accompany you to the next level, much less be a functional part of you going to the next level. Bruh, I mean, think about that for a few moments. You talking about Claire Huxtable, which is what I've been educating the females about for years, and they've been merrily dismissing it. But that's what you're looking at. That's what you're thinking about in talking. Like, if you were just a basic dude just looking for somebody to warm the bed, that'd be a different matter. But as far as what you're thinking about investing in, you're not going to invest in the same chick whose highest quality is what she does in bed. That's not it. Mm-hmm. And what do you do when cooking, cleaning, and sex are basic? It's like, okay, those are supposed to be givens. I don't give you extra points for that. That's the door fee for getting that. That keeps you from just getting dismissed out of hand. What else you got? So in that regard, there's the difficulty. They've been trained and conditioned to be employees. And my numbers went down when I talked about this night, but it's going to hurt your feelings, damn you. Fortunately, I have the ability to do that. But they make good employees, but they don't make good executives. They don't make good personal assistants. They don't make good executive assistants. They don't make good secretaries. They don't. And there's where the thing is missing. Now, I say that's on the one hand. Here's on the other. Now, this is going to hurt a lot of feelings when I say this.
Yep.
Hurt a lot of feelings, but I got to go here. Brother, I mean, I know where your best and brightest are. I know where they are. Same place they are in corporate America. They sit around Zaddy. What? But it's true. It's true. I mean, you go and find your best and brightest black females between the ages of 20 and 25, and Zaddy and the system got their fingerprints all over them. Mm-hmm. They smiling in their faces, they booed up, they laughing, they giggling, this, that, and the other. That's where your competition is. They don't let them get 30 years old, bro. They don't let them get 30 years old. They between the ages of 18 and 22. You're used to this dynamic in the porn business. But in society in general, bruh, they are filtering and sifting for your best and brightest as soon as they get out of high school. Hell, you really before that. But certainly by the time they get out of high school, that's it. The chase is on. So your academic system is filtering for them. Your intern system is filtering for them. If they go into Hollywood or whatever, the system is filtering for them. So there's a tremendous focus on winnowing down and sifting and filtering for your best and brightest as early as they can be recruited, as early as they can be snapped up. You sitting up here trying to figure out how to get yourself, quote unquote, built. And meanwhile, the society that you're in that's already got plenty of built structures is like, hey, girl, we got a seat over here right for you.
Right.
Already. So that's really where you at, man. I mean, look, to any black male on game day, college sports, you go take a look at your black cheerleaders, where they at. Everybody talks about the black football players. Nobody wants to talk about what the black cheerleaders are. Yikes. Yikes.
They might be a reporter or something like that, sidelines. Shout out, what's her name, Malika Andrews.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, take a look. That case in point. Like I say, and what you're thinking of is, oh, she's ruined. Well, yeah, I mean, she is, but she's just one of many. You go to any television station, any television network, your most articulate and best and brightest and whatnot. Yeah, bro, they grabbed him early. They didn't just get Malika yesterday. They've been had her. You never had a shot for that. Candace Owens, they've been had her. You never had a shot for that. That you never had a chance at that. That was already gone. Already. Because they have a system in place. Specifically, the women are either looking to get into it or there's an opportunity for them. And I'm talking about while you sitting up there trying to get yourself built. While you're between the ages of 20 and 25 trying to get yourself built. And meanwhile, I got to tell a lot of the fellas out here, you might have a chick who's on point. Okay, fellas. She ain't going to tell you about Zaddy was gripping them butt cheeks at 19 years old. Damn. I'm just saying, if she went to a school like that, okay, you don't want to hear this story. A lot of the fellas don't want to think about that. But by the way, if she's the best and brightest, you might want to consider, you might be getting Zaddy's leftovers. It just didn't work out over there. Now, Malika stuck around long enough, and what was his name? Williams stuck around long enough, and Candace stuck around long enough that you got video evidence of Zaddy. But a lot of these other chicks out here, dude, they like, hell, it didn't work out. I better bury him.
Yeah, and to your point, I think that's one major benefit. I think you did the broadcast about can you, the men are kind of talking, we're constantly telling women what we don't like, but evidently you can still be this type of female and make it to the top where you're talking about, I'm not saying names, the most recent presidential candidate, that you can still make it to that level and sleep your way to it. So it's like you can still, apparently it's not that big of a deal. And that's why I even pose that question, man. It'd be like, it's not, like you said, cooking and cleaning is entry level. That's the bare minimum. But I'm finding it's not even, you'd be lucky to get one of those. You'd be lucky to do one of those. And so that's why I'm like, is it a wrap? Like, do we got to become passport bros? Like, what are we talking? It's like, it's about 95%. Then we talk about marriage. We're not talking about marriage with the percentage of divorce and stuff like that. So what's the solution? Obviously for us, we're going to stay be built. We're in this, we're in the Patreon. We're around other men that are challenging us to perform. But
no, I mean, look, it's mathematics. I don't lie to fellas about things and whatnot. It depends on what you're looking for. Sure. For me, the cooking and stuff, the domestic stuff, that's never really been an issue for me. That really, really has not been one. Some of this other stuff has. So that part right there has always generally been a given. I haven't had a lot of difficulties where that's concerned.
Sure.
But what I will say is that the landscape is very competitive. It's very competitive. I'm letting you know what the reality is. The reality is, you are not the only ones. Everybody is out there trying to get a chick who's not some thrown off bumble. Everybody's trying to do that.
Yeah.
So white men, Asian, Latin. Remember, with the Asian dudes, most of the Asian females are trying to get a white guy. So they're on their online circles. They're constantly. That's been a constant bone of contention and complaint now for over 15 years. That has always been an issue.
I just like. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Well, there's Latinos, there's the Arabs have a little bit less of an issue, but then again, because their desires they're not really, as long as the female's not westernized. If he's a westernized guy, then he has complaints.
Right. I actually had a guy I was playing golf with earlier this week who was white, and he said, "Man, he's on these different dating apps. He's like, I feel like all these foreign chicks love white men." And then he excused himself, and I'm like, "No, you're right. don't sugarcoat it."
Well, they have expectations, and generally speaking, the white guys have not been afraid to lead with their wallets. So females pretty much figure. I mean, the bottom line is, for a white guy, you are expected to break bread. At the end of the day, you got to do that. Now, you might get some black female somewhere who has just got an interracial fetish, but if the money ain't right, eventually she gonna lose that too. As a white male, the expectation, the assumption is you got the bag.
Yeah, you got a system oppressing you.
Or at least you have access to the bag. If it turns out ultimately that you don't have the bag and you don't have access to it, then that's when they go ahead and drop you. But that's the requirement of you. You can't be a little cornball and there's nothing else to you. That's just the bottom line. So the whole thing is everybody trying to gaslight us into believing in something else. Oh, he has a great personality. Great personality, me ass. We all know what the game is. So as men today, look, my thing here is, brother, you can go grab your passports, grab your spaceport, grab whatever in the world you want to, knock yourself on out. Just understand, the competition is global. It's not local. The competition is global. You got Gucci and Chanel stores all over the world. Everywhere you think about flying out to, there's a Gucci store nearby. So what I'm saying is that's the environment that you're in. And that's what you're up against. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's other than that. So the bottom line is you're going to have to be, fellas, as much as you want to believe that you're going to be rewarded automatically, it doesn't work that way. The other thing is, I'll tell you, for most fellas, their networking skills and stuff are not very great because their networking opportunities are not very great because, we spend a bunch of time working. You just did 7 cities in 10 days. We spend a lot of time doing that. In reality, what you just said is you don't have a lot of time to meet people.
Yeah, so and then when you meet them, it's like...
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you're fitting it in where you can.
Right.
And it's not really a conscious thing. So you're fitting it in when it's convenient. That's going to be great for somebody who's just hanging around or for recreation. That is not a recipe for solid, consistent commitment or something. That's not the recipe for that. Sure, that's the recipe for, okay, I'm in between business.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. And I do have one more question for you, brother, because you demand people call in once, you tell them what to do or not to do. And you asked me to call you back when I completed the MBA. So I wanted to call you back and let you know that that's done. The degree's on the wall, and I just got it in the mail last week. So wanted to give you the heads up that that's been completed, but at the same time, I'm always thinking, what would Jason do? What would Jason think? At the same time, it really don't mean anything. So it's like, what the hell am I going to do with it? But you asked me to call back when I had it done to let me know if it was worth it or if it was what came from it. So I wanted to call you back, let you know that it's been officially completed. But at the same time, I'll also take in steps that I feel like you would recommend in terms of, like you said, networking. But I just wanted to update you on that, brother. So,
well, I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, I mean, you got it. At least you can say, well, that happened. And that's cool. Yeah. I'm not saying it's totally without any value whatsoever. I just don't think it has the applications that people might be led to believe it does in a lot of cases. But other than that, like I said, I mean, at least the real thing is you demonstrate you can do it, which is helpful. If it doesn't financially put you in any dire straits, that's great, because last thing in the world you want to do is be at the point you're at right now and going backwards. So that's right. That's what you really want to avoid. So
when I was ready to quit it, I'll be honest with you, man. You had a broadcast where you talked about competence and I think I heard it early on. I think I re-listened to it on Patreon, and it was during the finance semester, and I was legit ready to be. That was when I think I told you about the engagement when I broke up with the white chick, and I was going through it, bro. But when you say competence is a person that starts something and finishes it, regardless of me what it comes out to be, I just knew I had to finish it, bro. You were in my ear, but at the same time, it's what you do with it. So I got a conversation with my VP to talk about, executive positions in the future for our, with our company. So that's kind of
it's important because what becomes your habit becomes your life. And if you make a habit of starting things you don't finish, the next thing you know, you find another thing that you start and don't finish. So I think it's very important for you to be a person who makes sure that when you give your word and you start something, you gave your word to yourself, you were going to do this, you see it through because you've given yourself your word to it, even if it doesn't have the value you want to finish it as quickly as you can. But don't become a person who starts giving your word to anybody, including yourself, and you don't finish it, because that will start becoming something else.
Yeah, it rose my psyche, bro, and that was a perfect timely broadcast that you had done that I heard. So. But I appreciate everything, man. And to your question, it doesn't matter that she lost the weight.
Okay. Well, give me a holler tomorrow on Patreon.
Yes, sir. Have a good night, bro. Thank
you. Yeah, well, like I say, definitely here, fellas. The competition is thick out there. They're looking for your best and brightest as soon and early as they can get them. So you got your eye out there. Guess what? They got their eye out there for them too. That little cute thing and whatnot. She's articulate. She's intelligent. Sounds like she can finish what she starts. And you're not the only one who noticed. You're not the only one who saw it. Okay, I got Educated Tyrone on Zoom. Sir, I need you to go ahead and start your video for me.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Nobody else can hear you, sir, except for me. But go ahead and do that. All right, I need you to go ahead and turn the light on for me. There you go, sir. All right, Educated Tyrone, what's on your mind?
I got you. Wait, this is the first time I'm streaming on my phone. My bad. My laptop's broken. I'm getting one next week. My bad. I respect your channel. I ain't want to pull shit up. So if it's not, as long as you can see me clear, though, I'll go ahead. As long as you can see me clear and all that.
Yes, sir. We can see you and hear you fine.
Okay, so real quick, me and About Business, because I kept confusing y'all in the chat. Because I watch you for years. I watch you and Professor Black Truth. But did you want me to comment on the Lizzo topic first? Or just to be clear, because I made it, I was joking in the chat about Lizzo. But I'll keep it real because some of your commenters were saying that I would smash her for free and yada yada. You can see I'm pretty skinny, obviously. And I'm not saying I never smacked.
She would make a street pizza out of you in a heart.
Oh, she would fold me up like a lawn table at a white barbecue. I get it. She would fold me up. But in the chat, I was saying, because I'm keeping it real, I literally had the same argument with me and Mr. Fantastic, because I'm cool with some people in the manosphere or whatever, even though I don't consider myself manosphere. But I have cordial conversations, and I'm a skinny dude, and I get a lot of comments from black guys in the black manosphere and in real life that, the chicks you talk to are super skinny and yada yada. So when I come to this conversation, I don't come to it as some troll that's trying to be contrarian. I come to it as genuinely
the thing
black
is,
American person.
The thing is, when you mention my name, that's a different issue. So.
Wait, but what comment? Because in my comment, when I was asking
I'm about to say, once they mention me, now it's like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Let me go ahead and tell them you need to ask that to me directly. So I can't talk about everybody else, but you mentioned me specifically.
But I was going to say, to be clear, when I was asking you in the chat, I didn't expect you to say yes, because, again, I'm a person who literally, and I was telling the chick in your chat, I forget her name,
how much did those veneers run you?
These are my regular teeth. Like, literally, you can look on my YouTube channel. You can, these are my regular teeth.
All right.
I don't think I'm a Tyrone. I'm a normie. It's just the channel name. It's not literal. If you want to be super honest, I think I'm between a 5 and a 6.
All right.
I don't think I'm super honest.
Sir, you asked a question.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
You asked a question. So Now you get to ask me directly, sir. Because after all, as you said, you weren't trolling or anything. I'm glad to hear that. So now you get to ask me directly.
Okay, so I just want to make clear because I'm on my phone, so I can't see my other tabs right now. So if about business, reply to me. I can't see
Okay, why don't you just worry about talking to me, sir, and don't worry about YouTube?
Would you? My first comment, I don't remember it, but I think I said, because again, for me personally, I said I would not smash Lizzo, and I'm being dead serious.
He's doing a lot of rambling. He's doing a lot. Okay.
My bad.
What was it you said to me, sir?
For you particularly, I think I said something to the effect of, I think I said, how much would you charge her to smash, or something to that effect? Like Lizzo, like literally. Because when I said I would smash,
let me find out a question here, sir. How old are you?
I'm tipsy, so forgive me, but I'm 36.
Okay, you and Lizzo are the same age. Now, there's a reason. Wow. There's a reason why I say this, because I know it can. They're young sometimes, folk, although 36 is not that young. But the real thing is, especially in the situation that we're in, as black men, how many places do we get to come together where somebody doesn't have an entertainment agenda and where there is real substantive discussion going on that is critical and relevant to us? Not nobody sitting up here trying to talk about smoking no weed and chasing no hoes and all this other kind of what's their favorite rap album or any other garbage. What I'm saying is, with the white dudes, this happens all the time. What I do here, there are plenty of spaces among white folk over there on Patreon. There's Philip DeFranco and a whole bunch of other folk. This is what they do all the time. We come over here and 1,000 of us get together, and the men who need to most be on point about their business. And there needs to be the most serious conversation because we're in the most dire straits. And yet look what happens. Now, nobody else from outside of our society is going to set anything up and say, okay, y'all need to get serious so you can be competitive. If we don't do it ourselves, it doesn't happen. So the first thing I want to say is, at 36 years old, I want you to understand you have an opportunity when you're sitting among other serious-minded men. What we bring into it and what we suggest is very, very important. It's actually not frivolous. It's actually not superfluous. It's actually important. I said a lot of things about Lizzo. I ain't said a word about wanting to sleep with her, and I certainly didn't say a word about anybody who could pay me to do so. And so whatever context or vein that's coming from, I just want you to understand, as far as I'm concerned, if it's not something you can put into practice, why are we discussing it? If it's not something you intend to put into practice, why is it the topic of discussion? Why? Because that's how you entertain yourself. A person entertains themselves with things they don't intend to do. I'm like, I don't think as black men we have the option of doing that. I don't think we have any leeway whatsoever to have a discussion about something we're not going to put into practice. As far behind as we've been put, it's like, how do we find time for that? And that's what we do in order to distract ourselves. We do that to distract ourselves away from what's not getting done. And then what do you know? You look up and it never gets done. So the real thing is, the reason why I had you call up is because, yes, that's what you said. And I wanted to put that in its proper context of, by the way, what's the answer? What possible response could I give to that would be appropriate? Because I can't think of a single appropriate response I could possibly give to such a question.
Jason, I know you wouldn't touch her, but also, and mind you, again, I can't look at my other tabs, so there are other comments. I can't remember what I said, so I honestly can't.
That's the one that matters.
But while I have you, I do want to mention. Now, I don't want to take off the stream or off topic, but I do want to mention, because of the election stuff that just happened, I was watching your channel back in the 2020 primary, and I don't know if you remember me because I probably didn't comment that much. I didn't have a YouTube channel back then, but I did comment about Kamala and the George Gage case in California, where in 2015, and this is on YouTube video, y'all can look it up, George Gage versus
Okay,
Kevin
now
Chappelle. I was just saying,
we'll come to that
my
later.
bad.
Back
Yeah.
to Lizzo.
Yeah, because I can call back up on the political stream when it's more on topic.
Back to
Yeah.
Lizzo. So you made a very specific question. And my whole point is I'm taking this opportunity as a teaching moment because this is very important. I made the point earlier that Lizzo is symbolic. I'm not here tonight to just simply talk about her. Lizzo is symbolic.
Oh, I joined your stream late, so I did not hear your point about.
Well, Lizzo is symbolic that this is what we run into on a regular basis as black men just on the street. You got Lizzo everywhere. A 36-year-old female who has squandered her 20s and 30s and is now bringing you the worst possible version of her with the expectation that she can throw some Hail Mary pass and redeem. She's going to overturn the last 2 decades in the next 12 months.
Yeah. It's delusional. I get it. It's not even like they're settling down after, let's say a chick was in 18 to 22 in college, had some fun, and settled down when she was, let's say, 25 or 26. That's even, in my opinion, that's a little more reasonable than a single woman stretching her single phase out till she's 40 or 45 and then calling in the Kendra G media and expecting a 6'3" dude who has charisma, knows how to dress, is emotionally intelligent, has substance, can have intellectual conversation, yada, yada. And also all the other physical stuff you want to throw in, makes good money. So I get what you're saying. Even at my age, I'm 36, but I see women older than me who have higher expectations than women that are younger than me. Now, mind you, I'm 36, but I don't look super manly or whatever. A lot of chicks I'll talk to are like late 20s, early 30s. So they're cool with a dude making 60K that's reasonably honest with them, and like I'm not hitting them up every day, but like I'm an honest person.
Right, but here's back to Lizzo though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The issue here is why would that be worth money to me?
No, to you that was not a serious question. That's why when About Business tagged me in the chat, I didn't think it was to bring me up solely for that, because that was
yes, sir. He did not. Okay, folks.
I'm sorry.
My mods do not tag you all out of nowhere, so you might have noticed my mod doing it. But people, whenever my mods do something, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Either because
no, my bad. I'm talking about.
I just want y'all to understand. If you've been tagged by a mod or mentioned, that's not them. That's me.
But I'm saying if
they're contacting you, tagging you, whatever, that's me.
Back and forth.
That's me. Yeah. They're not doing that on their own.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They're doing that because they've been instructed to do so. So they didn't just, my mods don't just jump up and do things on their own. If they're, except a couple of them do something, like I get on there. But no, he was actually following what I already did, and that was my whole point about it.
Yeah.
Slow down.
I don't think you would.
Okay, well, you say that, and yet that was the question you put in the chat room.
Well, yeah, because even for me, when I thought about it, even the million, to be honest, the only reason I said it was because I'm like, I could do a lot of good with that million. I could pay off my family's debt completely. My family that's not, because I have a big family, but the family that's not in the suburbs, that are still in Philly, still in the hood, or still wherever, I can help them out. Like, I live on very little means. I make average salary, and I have, I could live a okay life. So if I had $1 million, a lot of that would be excess that I would not have to have use for.
Okay.
So I
Well,
was just looking at that as a positive.
okay.
Like,
Well,
hey, I
let
smash
me
a big chick,
let
but
me
I'll
go
make a
ahead
million,
and
whatever.
let me go ahead and address what you just said. And I'm going to take it at face value what you just said. Now, what city are you in?
Well, I'm in the suburbs of Philly. I'm from South
Okay.
Philly to be like exact South
All
Philly.
right. He's in
Yeah.
Philadelphia. So I'm trying to think. Where would he be at? You're not around Germantown, are you? Not Plymouth
Well,
Meeting or any of that?
I'm not one of the rich suburbs.
Okay.
I'm middle class. I'm not none great, none special.
Okay. Well, here's
none
the
special.
thing. I'm going to take what you just said at face value. And let's go ahead and address that as a serious question. So, or a serious prospect, what you just said. First of all, a man does not sleep with a female with the expectation of receiving her protection or provision. Because what that does is it illustrates that he's got clear vulnerabilities and inadequacies. When you are,
can I ask one clarifying question?
Just listen.
I'm sorry.
Just
you can go
listen.
about that.
When you already talked, just listen. A man psychologically, for you to be with a female expecting her protection or provision.
Oh, I would only expect it from Lizzo because I would make it clear up front.
You're talking a lot.
I wouldn't skirt around the issue. I would make it clear up front.
You're talking a lot.
Just to make it clear.
Okay, you're talking a lot.
I'm just saying I wouldn't
calm down, sir. It doesn't change. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. Just be quiet and listen. You're making yourself look a lot worse. Just be quiet and listen. A man submits to a female when he expects protection and provision. When he is looking for her physical protection, her financial protection, her financial providing, that is an act of submission. That's the reason why we coach it in those terms for a female. When she does that, she is expected to submit to a man's authority. If you are looking for a woman's financial providing, you are submitting to her authority. At that point right there, you're thinking of yourself as a man. Okay, what you thinking and what you doing are in direct conflict with each other. Now, what you may be saying to yourself is, well, there's a clear financial motive and a financial goal. And even then, I would question it. Well, Jason, why? You just made the statement, the proposition, that, well, if I got $1 million and whatnot, we'd be coasting free and clear and everything else. Sir, what in the hell are you going to do with $1 million in Philadelphia today? Think about this for a few moments. Think before you say anything. Don't say a word. Just be quiet and listen. If I gave you $1 million cash, tax-free, you do realize that would, if you spent $100,000, if your lifestyle is $100,000 a year, it's only going to last 10 years. It'll be gone by the time you're 46.
My lifestyle isn't 100K.
Even if you could reduce it, this is mathematics, not opinion. Even if you could reduce it to $50,000 a year, it's going to be gone by the time you're 56. You haven't even made it.
No, you're right. I
you
agree.
have not even made it to senior.
It would just be a one time.
Sir,
yeah,
I'm going to try this.
I wouldn't quit my job.
I'm going to try this one last time.
Yeah.
If you start talking again while the host is talking, permanent vacation. You haven't said anything that's profound, informative, knowledgeable, insight. You haven't even said anything that is complete. And yet he keeps trying to save his image. All you really doing is showing niggas who don't know nothing keep talking. And I told you, you're making yourself look worse because you keep acting like you're going to redeem yourself. It ain't working. You're not sounding as brilliant as you tell yourself. This is math. You already said everything. If I could get $1 million, why, I'd be free and clear and coasting. Mathematically speaking, the most it would give you is in Philadelphia, if you're lucky,
well,
it would last for 20 years.
You're being disingenuous. I never said I would be coasting. I literally said I would wake up and go to work tomorrow the same.
Okay. Y'all got to understand, as I said, females in Philadelphia, New York, Boston, D.C. He's 36 years old. Little dumb niggas. And please understand something. I want y'all to understand something. He will be the kind of ass clown who will be sitting in front of a female, telling her about what he ain't did, but he'll keep talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. And his goal of continuously talking is to hopefully that his words will blind you from what his actions aren't doing. Women meet this kind of jackass every day. Women in Baltimore, D.C., Philadelphia, Atlanta, Miami. Women meet this kind of incomplete, deficient mama's boy every day. They see him all the time. It never changes. He's been doing this his whole damn life. You can tell this is the way he just keeps talking. Every time he just showing you doesn't know anything, he starts to wait, let me fix that. You learned that from your sassy ass mama. You learned it from your hood rat ass mama. When a man told her what she was wrong about, she starts talking because she's trying to save face. She's trying to save her feelings and save her ego, as opposed to, heifer, shut the hell up. You ain't got nothing to offer. You have nothing to add. Shut the hell up and soak up the game so you can get corrected. No. See, I was already right. You can't correct me because I was already right. You all just sat here and listened to him in real time. Nothing he said was correct. I gave him the mathematics that disproved every damn bum ass notion he had. Did he sit down and say, okay, let me soak up the game? He writes, nah, see, I was already right. See, it's out of context. I'm repeating his words to him. So yes, he's become the male version of the sassy ass mama who raised him. The only issue is that's why he's sitting up here talking about a female, not even a dime. He talking about that he would take $1 million. Nigga, you lying your ass off. You would take $10,000. Lie. This nigga would take $20,000 and a ticket to the Waffle House. Little dumb niggas come cheap. Dumb niggas are not expensive. He trying to act like he's expensive. Nigga, you come cheap. You already let us know. Lizzo, if I could get 100,000, if I could get $1 million, if he says $1 million, he'll just take it for 10. Nigga, you ain't got no options. The fact you would even say that says you have no value. That's the point. The fact you'd even say that, the fact you would even have your name attached to a sentiment like that. Dude, you've already blown your cover. No man worth his damn salt would sit up here and say something like that about any female. What you would do if she could give you enough money. See, that hurt his soul because he's in the company of other men now, and he sees other men are like, man, look at this jive ass idiot over here. When that started happening, he got sensitive. Wait a minute now. Now he wants to be a man. Now he wants to have some integrity. Now he wants to try to fix his image. Now he wants to do it. When he was by himself and relying on his own knowledge and didn't think anybody was watching, the real thing was speaking. Came over here, man, look at, if I could get $1 million from Lizzo. What the hell kind of male talks like that? Some buck-broken, neutered, castrated mama's boy. What kind of man sits up here talking about how he wants to come up off a chick? I don't give a damn what she looked like. This is how you know he didn't have a daddy in his life, and whatever female wasn't sufficient either. What the hell kind of man talks like that? That he's making financial plans based on his female's productivity and his female's ability to provide something. He making long-term plans. Well, if I can get that $1 million off of you, I can get this, I can spring it in the hood, I can be rolling good after that. What kind of man talks like that? Then bring up my name as if I could ever in life being down there struggling the same level you on. As if I could ever say something like that. He's surprised that I've stopped him in his tracks. I'm like, nigga, we don't do that over here. Where he from? Well, y'all sure. Y'all niggas don't know. I'd lick her like a lollipop. Let me get that meal. Survival sex. Sexual scavengers. And remember, sex happens between your ears, not between your legs. A sexual scavenger trying to tell us about what he would or wouldn't do. Nigga, there's nothing you wouldn't do. There's nothing he would be sucking Lizzo's big ass ham hock toes. What? He'd have Lizzo's toes in his mouth like a damn Oscar Mayer wiener. Like he's trying to swallow a whole butterball turkey in one bite. All right, you like that, Lizzo? All right. Imagine that. Talk about eating the elephant one bite at a time.
Damn!
And he comes around the rest of us, he's shocked and surprised that we would never do that. It's like, dude, you started off bad. Well, you know, Jason, though, I was going to come up. Really? I could give me $1 million. $1 million at what cost? I don't want a dude like that around me. He's looking for a female to produce. He's looking for a come up off a chick. Nigga, don't be around me because you're going to be looking for a come up off of me too. Fellas like you, it don't never last because it can't. You all think he's going to be a millionaire off of that? What the hell you going to do with $1 million? I had to get him back to reality. Dude, you in damn Philadelphia. What the hell you going to do with $1 million? How long is that going to last you in Philadelphia? I don't need $100,000 a year. Okay, if you don't stop. Y'all know full damn well. Get that bum ass nigga $1 million. He gonna spend $500,000 in the first week. Straight to the Mercedes dealership. He gonna go get the Maybach GLS. Straight to the jewelry store. Straight back to his orthodontist for more veneers. Every scummy ass whore and slut and King of Prussia, he gonna call him back. Hey, boo. He gonna run up to him with the damn music blasting. Every slutty, scummy ass hoe that didn't get a shot before, he gonna come go back to his Rolodex, go back to his Facebook DMs. He won't even say hi. He'll just send a picture of the car. Then they gonna sit up here and trick his dumb ass. They gonna go straight to the Chanel store. And he'll be right there trying to make up for his other deficiencies. Yeah, dude, you already showed what you were when you said what you would do for money from a female. That's emasculating. Y'all think about that for a few moments. As a man, that you standing there in front of your female and she walks up to you and she says, hey, baby, and then she pulls out your shirt pocket and then she stuffs a few $100 bills in it and talks about she tells you, but you going out there and go make something happen with this. Like it's your first day going out to kindergarten. This female is sitting there. Well, you don't have very much going for you here, but don't worry. I have something here to give you. I've got something to give you. And you sitting there waiting on it. Yeah, I'm about to say, when you take it 720 degrees, you're like, I'll be damned. Who the hell is the hoe in this relationship? It didn't take you very long to figure out who it is. You are submitting to her. That's not your productivity she putting in your pocket. That's hers. She's sitting up here telling you what you'll be able to do, what you're hoping to do. Meanwhile, you've just been castrated right in front of her. It doesn't matter if you come back with $20 million. I'll be damned. Here you go. This will go for you here. Here you go. She's sitting there, you sitting there bragging about what she's going to give you. And he wasn't even talking about multiplying it or nothing. It's just, okay, well, drop it off. I'd do it, I'd be straight after that. You'd be straight. Yeah, you just wouldn't be a man anymore. Although in your case, you'd have to achieve manhood before you can lose it, but you get the idea. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, no, it doesn't matter if she's not going to ask for it back. It doesn't matter if she doesn't, because she just bought your damn soul. She just bought your damn soul. That right there would bother me, just knowing that she could sit up here and say, remember that time I gave you that $10,000? Oh, hell. Nigga, how you gonna walk on that? It'll be 30 damn years from now. Nigga, that $10,000 has got a damn padlock on your ass. How the hell you gonna walk that one backwards? Well, I ain't like Pookie and Ray Ray, nigga. You is Pookina and Ray Ray. Sit your ass down. The very fact that you would be open and receptive to that. The very fact you would even be open and receptive to it, that's the problem. And then gonna try to drag my name into it. Nigga, you ain't never gonna see me at the food bank with you. I'll be damned. Some damn hobosexual wants to sit up here with you. Jason, would you? Nigga, I wouldn't be near neither one of y'all. Forget it. I'ma always get out the mud. I'ma always make it pop like that. I ain't never gonna worry about that. It couldn't be Lizzo. It couldn't be Beyonce. It couldn't be any female. It couldn't be any female. And because the bottom line is, baby, I can't rely on you. It's not about, is she loyal to me? It's not about what she is. It's about what I am. Baby, I can't look to no broad to sit up here and break no bread for me. I can't look to a broad to sit up here and ensure my future. Did he say broad? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
I can't look to no broad to take care of my future, to see to my safe being, to see to my future, to make my 10-year plan for me and to ensure that for me. I can't look to no broad to do that. There's no part of me that can do it. Furthermore, there's no part of me that wants to do it. I want her to back my play. I want her to not be a burden. I want her to not be a debt. But I don't want her to be my guarantor. Well, I couldn't get it done, but fortunately I had her around. What? Well, Jason, what's wrong with that, nigga? Don't tell me about what you gonna get done. If you are depending on her today, you're going to be dependent on her in 10 years from now. The mindset, you're the damn leader. If you didn't have it together today, you ain't going to have it together in 10 years. If you're dependent on her today, you'll be dependent in 10 years. If you're relying on her today, you'll be relying on her in 10 years. If you don't ever figure it out for yourself, she is always going to be the one that has to figure it out. That's why you cannot let her do that, because you're not a complete man until you figure it out. The only damn way you look for a female to chip in 10 million is if you holding 100 million. That's the only damn way I could see something like that happening. But as far as if she can do that, I'll be straight. And she, baby, I'm straight already. He talking about he'll be straight. Well, Jaden, you know, with that $1 million, boy, I could be straight. And that's the reason you'll never be straight. That's the reason they ain't never gonna come together for you, dude. Right there. That mama's boy-ism, that sassy-ism, that talking your ass when you don't know anything, that not being embarrassed to be humiliated and look like a fool in front of folks, that's the problem. A man is at his core for his character and his principle. You are to avoid that so that you start having the expectation and developing the practice that you do not do that, because if you rely and depend on a female once, twice, 3 times, it never ends, because it won't. It doesn't become a special occasion that you just broke glass in the case of emergency. This becomes the new normal. And one more thing, that female will never be able to respect you the same way again. Tell your ass if you want to. See, there's a problem, and let me just get right to it. Ladies, the reason why I can't take no dollar from your ass, I can't depend on you, because let's just keep it 100. You gonna be sitting up here saying you built me. What? That's what you're gonna be telling yourself. I open that damn door. I don't give a damn if I gave the money back to you the very next damn day. This heifer, the next time I put her in her damn place, she gonna think that's a damn trump card she can yank out. The next time you do check her, she gonna be trying to jump in your face and that $100,000 I gave you, you wasn't talking like that to me then. When you needed that $100,000, I wasn't this old stupid. You wasn't talking to me then like that. And that's all the way real. Let's just keep it like it. Let's just keep it on the bricks. If you do take that from her, if you do depend on her for that, nigga, you might as well, you need to go ahead and leave her after that. You are not going to be able to walk that back. The next time you get ready to check her, she going to get slick at the mouth. The next damn time you think you going to be the man and check her, she going to get flip at the lip and slick at the mouth. You sitting up here acting like, well, I do that right there. And once I get all these hoes patched up, everything will be all right. Okay, very next time. Next time you think you're going to be the man of the house and check some nonsense, and she thinks she got a damn eternal get out of jail free card. Nigga, you wouldn't have none of this if I didn't give it to you. I made all this happen. You couldn't have did this without me. Wonder where the hell that came from. The attitude. The attitude. So hell no, as a man, you cannot do that. If she put in something, it got to be straight optional. It can't be required, and it damn sure can't be something you built off of. What the hell you talking about? She got more money in the bank and savings. She got better credit. She's got better credit than you, more money in the bank than you. What the hell you been doing? How is it that your female is more competent than you are? I mean, yeah, you can do that, but just understand, nigga, you might as well put on the satin and lace drawers, because she gonna be the man of the house. Oh, no, you have to make sure it's like, yeah, I can't do that, baby. I can't do it. Because that money, taking that money from you would be too damn expensive. Getting a bailout from you would be too damn expensive. Getting that bailout would cost me too much. I can't take no bailout from you. It would cost me too much. No, baby, I wouldn't this, that, and the other. Niggas will sit up here and believe that garbage. or because he wants to believe it. Nigga, you better sit your ass down. There's not a man on this planet that you'll ever be able to stop hearing that. Your job is to make sure this, like, if it come to worst, don't let her be your woman under them circumstances. Oh, you can do it, but just understand you'll never be the man of the house again. This relationship is already over. You'll never be the man of the house again. But furthermore, it's going to be difficult for you to be a man to yourself again, because now that you've crossed this line, you will cross this line again in the future. When you start being dependent on females, you continue being dependent on females. Next thing you know, you the damn gigolo. And $1 million, what the hell female gonna give an average nigga $1 million for what? You just wishing. Y'all cannot think of a single male who has done that. You can go get the broad pregnant and then, okay, let me go put her through the damn child support system. Nigga, you got to pay for the kid for the next 20 years too. You got to do that too. What the hell? Who's going to give you $1 million? $1 million for what? Fellas who are unaccomplished and unsuccessful sit around pipe dreaming. He done planned out his whole damn future for $1 million. Where the hell are you going to live in Philadelphia for $50,000 a year? What are you driving? What are you doing? What kind of life are you living in Philadelphia for $50,000 a year? While he's sitting up here being sassy and wanting to argue, where the hell are you living in Philadelphia for $50,000 a year? How long is that going to last you in the Philadelphia Metroplex for $50,000 a year? Germantown, Plymouth Meeting, Horsham. Where are you at in Philadelphia for $50,000 a damn year? Nigga, it's not like you balling. Nigga, that's minimum wage in Philadelphia. What the hell you talking about? You're going to buy a house? You're going to buy a house in Philadelphia? If you had $1 million, half of that going to be gone with the house. Kiss that goodbye. He knows it. That's why when I started laying down that math, he got in his feelings and he wants to start trying to overtalk things. Like, I'll be damn, he never thought about this before. Nigga, because you flunked manhood. Straight F's. For female, you flunked manhood. Y'all know I can name all the spots in Philadelphia. We ain't gonna do that tonight. I ain't flossing on it. But y'all understand it. Nigga, where you gonna be at? Up there off of Roosevelt. That's gonna be about it. Roosevelt here, nigga, you can't even get on Broad Street now for that. Broad Street, Front Street, you can't even get there for that. What you gonna do? Where you gonna be? Folks, stop talking silly. $1 million ain't gonna last you. We just had an election where folks kicked out the damn president and vice president because of hyperinflation out here. What the hell you gonna do with $1 million damn dollars? Stop dreaming. You think about what $1 million could do 20 damn years ago. What the hell you gonna do with $1 million now? That's $100,000 a year for 10 years, $50,000 a year for 20 years. He's 36 years old. He wouldn't even be a senior citizen. $50,000 a year, it would all be gone and he wouldn't even be a senior citizen. And I'm not talking about any unexpected expenses. No unexpected medical payments, car payments, education. I'm just talking about if everything just goes swimmingly and you living on $50,000 a damn year for 20 years, you wouldn't even be a senior citizen yet. Move. Where you gonna go? The whole damn, somebody's new here. The whole country is New York City now. Everywhere is gentrified. Everywhere is overpriced. Philadelphia is Atlanta. Atlanta is Miami. Miami is Houston. Houston is Minneapolis. Minneapolis is Seattle. Seattle is Los Angeles. Everywhere is the same now, man. Everywhere is the same. I don't give a damn where you at in America. You just not counting it. You sit up here, you get $1 million, nigga, that's going to be gone in 10 years if it takes that long. I'm talking about even if you have no taxes. Even if I just gave it to you straight and there was no taxes, nigga, that's not, how long is that going to last you? A decade, maybe 2 at the most. And what I'm saying is, what the hell are you going to have to show for it? At the end of 10, 20 years, $1 million, most of y'all sitting here right now had to listen to your greasy ass daddies or granddaddies tell you about how they was balling back in the damn 70s or 80s. And you like, nigga, it's 20, 30, 40 years later. I don't want to hear that garbage about how you was the man 20 and 30 years ago. Okay, well, that's what he was just describing. $1 million that lasts you 20 years. He'll be here in 20 years trying to dust off his veneers, talking about how he was the man 20 years ago. Man, I used to have a big old fat ass girlfriend. She gave me $1 million. What? Yeah, you know, I mean, it was rough sometimes, you know. Sometimes I get up there in that hotel, the folks in the next room, they was hearing
Cookie! Nom, 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 oh, nom.
I did what I had to do. I got that $1 million though. Man, you should have seen I had a Mercedes. Oh, I had some Gators, and we finally got that Armani suit I wanted. Nigga, what about the nightmares? How about that part? How about the nightmares? What the hell you gonna do with that? Then when you actually did get to sit down with somebody who went over the numbers and say, hey, bro, let me explain to you what the error in your thinking is. Wait, hold on a second, I'm looking bad. You damn right you are. You got some niggas out here today still think $1 million is some money. They still think $1 million is some money. It's the year 2024. They see gentrification everywhere, and they trying to tell you and me that they would be straight for the rest of their damn lives for $1 million. I want you to think about that for a few months. If I could get $1 million, I'd be straight. For how long? Rest of my life. What? That's literally what we got. You damn right I'm setting the record straight on that. Not going to have folks sitting up here hearing nonsense, and I'm not going to check that. Hell no. That's not going to get nowhere. Don't let nobody sit up here and tell you how straight you going to be for $1 million damn dollars. Oh, and Jaden, you don't know, man. I got the plan. You ain't got no damn plan. His only plan, he'll be looking for another Lizzo. Let me go ahead and get back over here on Zoom. I got brother Elijah here on Zoom. What's on your mind, Elijah?
Hey, B1 B1 dollar sign, big brother to you and the family. About that goofy ass last caller, you know, this reminds me of even when I was younger. Some folks need to just shut the F up. You understand that? We have to learn that there's a time for play and there's a time for being serious. But as far as what you just pointed out with us getting gentrified all over the place, there is no time for jokes right now. There's nothing to really smile about or be laughing. You have people, you can loosen up and you have people who are naturally funny, you can laugh, but nothing is a joke out here. Okay, so when somebody who is a lot very knowledgeable, I go to the same cities you go to, or just maybe a little bit less, and I see the same thing that you see and that what you've been teaching us about. It's over for us in a lot of places. So when you have goofy ass niggas like that calling up, asking stupid ass questions, I just wonder where's he going to be at in the next 5 to 10 years, because this is not a joke.
Hey, brother, there is no 5-year plan, much less a 10-year plan. There is no plan, brother. That's why we call them hobosexuals. A hobo don't know where his next meal gonna come from. If he's eating something right now, he's only focused on right now. He can't even think about tomorrow. He is consumed with what he's going to be able to do today And if he does find something today, brother, there is no tomorrow. He's totally focused on where he at. And tomorrow he'll have to tackle that if he lives that long.
Yes, sir. And that's why, look, you G-checked me numerous times if I got out of line, and I still stay the same way. I even make it a point, the best way I can, every program I call into, to just try to ask a better question. I'm not perfect. I just try to ask a better question. This is my whole thing, is just ask questions. I don't nobody can ever say they're catching me in the chat room for any reason. I just say the B1 family, and then that's it. Or at the end of the program, I say we love you, Jason Black, and that's it. But I don't speak in the chat room. All right, but I don't play those games, and I'm a newly 40-year-old. I don't want to get talked down to by anyone. I'm not just talking about you. I take that as correction, but I don't want to get talked down to by anyone being a goofy ass 40-year-old. And hell, I don't even where I'm at right now at this age, I shouldn't be. Okay, I should have been somewhere a lot higher, but listening to you, I'm gonna get there. That's how serious I take this.
Well, I mean, look, the thing is, at some point here, that's why I stopped folk tonight asking questions about who fighting who and this, that, and the other. Because I'm like, okay, we asking questions that niggas should have been over in high school. What are we doing? A room full of allegedly grown men, and yet you got dudes sitting up here acting like it's damn Schoolhouse Rock.
Yes, sir.
That's the real problem. No wonder it's no damn change. And then the reason I let that go on is because take a look at where the conversation leads you. I'd sleep with Lizzo for $1 million. Okay, this is the kind of goofy mess we got going on.
Yes,
this was happening over here.
Yes, sir. And then look, because of you, Professor Truth and Tariq, I don't even turn on the damn television no more. Unless you make a recommendation, hey, watch this. I don't want to watch the dominant society's filth. All right, in today's time, I can't do it. So I'm just 100% new black media, maybe a few music songs, maybe a little sports score here and there. I'm not watching the game, but maybe just check. But no, I don't turn on the damn TV. I don't want to see nothing. I don't want to see any of their disgusting reality, because the situation is too dire, and they're just talking nonsense. There's nothing serious like it used to be at least 30 years ago. From what I remember when I was a kid. So I don't even do that. So, but with this whole situation with Lizzo, I am on a serious. I have a serious question about this. Do you think with her losing the weight, and she is an artist, for years they was parading this woman around, okay, as this poster child of being big and free. Now that this woman is lost the weight, and like how you and Professor Truth would teach us, when white supremacy is done with its tool, it breaks its tool. She lost the weight, so she can't be passed around as that joke they like to laugh that it'll take years to pay off. She can't be passed around as that no more. Do you think it's officially over now for her?
Here's the issue. The issue is if you have enough money, you also have enough money to be Don Quixote and chase windmills.
Yes, sir.
So I can't tell you how effective it will be. I can certainly tell you that the problem with Lizzo and the tragedy here is that she came up really, at the tail end, but she came up, at least she was being mentioned at that upper tier at the same time as Beyonce, Rihanna, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B. Yeah, but Lizzo's the comic relief.
Yes, sir.
It's like, yeah, baby, y'all in the music business, but that's where the similarities end. There isn't anything that those women I just named were eligible for that she's eligible for. And none of the dudes who are looking to make commitments to them, she doesn't even exist to them.
Yes, sir.
To the guys on the second tier, the third tier, she doesn't exist to them. What she qualifies for is some weird little screwball somewhere who is just a super fan. But as far as what she tells herself she should get and what really is appropriate and suitable to her, that's the one that's missing. Idris Elba has never been up at night fantasizing about Lizzo. He might have been scared a few times, but he ain't been sitting up at night fantasizing. that
Yes,
has
sir.
that. Michael B. Jordan. She's talking about Chris Evans. Chris Evans. When I hear Lizzo talk about Jason, don't do it. I'm going to do it just one time. I'm going to move on now. I'm not trying to be mean. Y'all remember Captain America, Winter Soldier? Captain America, Winter Soldier. I'm pretty sure it was Winter Soldier, not Civil War, but the scene where Bucky is trying to fly the helicopter away and Chris Evans hops off the roof. He's holding the top of the roof with one hand and holding the helicopter skid with the other one and he's stretching his arms out, like that. I'm like, nigga, that's as close. That's Lizzo's relationship to Chris Evans right there. If I could illustrate it. If you want an illustration of what their relationship would be like, it'd be like that right there. She be having a ball, little old Chris be getting stretched out. Oh, it's the most uncomfortable evening ever. I'm just saying, okay, other than the bottom line is like, yeah, the time for her to be doing what she's doing right now was 20 years ago.
Yes, sir.
15 years ago. At this point right now, it will give her personal benefits. Yeah, she needs to get them levels down and whatnot and, avoid some of the obvious severe health implications. But other than that, she's not going to get a redo to be Beyonce at 36.
No.
She's not going to get a do-over. So certainly she should do it for the personal benefits, but she needs to understand what the limitations will be. And the bottom line is she will be a less obese version of the person she is now.
Yes, sir.
But what she's not going to get is that which she most wants, which is to roll the clock backwards. So she can have a do-over and get to do this over again. That's the part that won't happen. So the bottom line is she's going to be disappointed.
Yes, sir.
In the chat room, Antoinette, who is Missy Elliott with today? Is Missy Elliott with anybody today?
Yes, sir.
I mean, just think about that for a few moments. I ain't dissing nothing. I'm just saying, by the way, yeah, you want a precursor? We've been down this road several times before.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, this idea that you were a name in the music business and that's going to qualify you for something else, it ain't going to work. They'll say she was a female. Okay. So let me get this straight. Missy Elliott did all that work after all these years, and she did all that so she could get a chick.
Auntie, chill.
I mean, let that say something to you. Okay.
And then another thing with Lizzo.
Well, Lizzo already got females.
Right. But even another thing, wait to the side, her reputation is so disgusting and dirty. It's going to be hard for, I'll say, really any man, or he has to really be down bad, but it would be hard for a man to overlook that, going to Lakers games with both of your cottage cheese infested flat butt cheeks, okay, looking like a clown everywhere. Okay, she literally lived a actual stereotypical life, and who in their right mind would really want to be associated with that?
Well, I mean, look, at this point right now, like I said, there would have to be a lot of rehabilitation done. So in her case, you're looking at what, maybe $250,000 for the surgery that she would need. It's going to be scars in various places and things like that. So it's going to be a patchwork quilt job. That's for certain. All things remaining equal, the bottom line is you're not as young as you were. So I'm just saying you're doing all of this when you're well past your prime. You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be different if she were in her early 20s doing this, maybe almost 40 doing it. Not only that, it's on display to the world. So you didn't get all this taken care of like Adele or somebody that get it taken care of on the low and whatever and just made the changes and that was it. She's sitting up here chronicling it. All a man gets in a relationship with a woman is the woman. This is what he's getting. This is what he's getting. So this is what's being added to your resume.
Yes,
That's
sir.
a lot to be a man going anywhere with you. This is what he's going with also. You didn't even keep it private and just handle your business. She wants to put it in front of the world. So this would have gone easier if she had just, disappeared from public life for 2 years. But then again, she can't do that because she's got emotional deficiencies. So she demands to have attention on her. But she'd have been better off just disappearing for 2 damn years. And just come back and black out. And don't answer any questions. And just say, hey, I've been doing a bunch of self-care and working on me. And this is what it's going to be going forward. And leave it at that. That's what Kim Kardashian is trying to do now. Okay, but she made the same damn mistake. You letting everybody in your damn business. If I were advising Lizzo, I just would tell her stop with the Instagram and all that stuff. As a matter of fact, we ain't making no album. You might be able to put out an album. It'll be a song. Hopefully it sells, but you got enough money for that. We're going to disappear from that. If you're going to do this, disappear. And then just re-debut yourself. And people will be like, I'll be damned. Is that Lizzo? I have a new name for you too. Give her a new name when she comes back. Okay, then you can re-debut her as a new product.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we got rid of some of the skin. Maybe we got rid of some of the scars and stuff like that. Okay, hopefully you've gotten all the surgeries and stuff out of the way and then go from there. But if you're going to come back, you need to disappear and come back as a finished product, not a work in progress. If we're going to do this right.
Yes, sir.
And you see this with Hollywood actors. Like with these Hollywood actors and stuff, when they get bulked up for a role, you don't be seeing them till they get on screen. They disappear for 6 months, a year. You see them come back, they got muscles all over. You don't get to see the progress. 1 minute he ain't got it, a year later he got it. That's the way you do that. And in her case, that's what it should have been. And that would convince us that you're serious about it. Furthermore, it would remove any conversation or discussion. Wouldn't be nothing for us to talk about. The finished product is sitting there. But the fact that you're going about it the way you are, it's like, okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, what's the real goal? What's the real motive? Not that I'm wishing anything bad on her. I said it from the beginning of the program. I'm saying it again. I'm not wishing anything bad on her. But I'd be lying if I didn't say, by the way, there's plenty of females following the same thing.
Yes, sir.
And even if you lose the weight, have you lost the issues that came with it? Or are you just going to be a more slender version of the intolerable individual, unbearable individual we got now?
Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't see this woman going that far because like I said, she should disappear but I think even if she was to come back, I'm just wondering, I know how these record labels are with signing and doing business with FBA when we started getting more business savvy. That's why they started replacing us with all these foreign entertainers and everything like that. So I'm just wondering, like, where does she go from here?
Here's my thing about it. My thing about it is you just make a hell of a gamble for the female culture today that believes that they can just bring us anything.
Yes, sir.
At any time, and they can just drag you back to the door decades later. And all I'm saying is you put yourself at a severe disadvantage, and you're taking a big gamble when you do that. You're at a disadvantage, and you're taking a hell of a gamble because you're gambling that we are going to be as eager for such a depreciated product That's a hell of a gamble to take. And all it really screams is that you think your value is so tremendous that it'll even overshadow this. What I'm saying is to all the ladies out there, all the females out there, there's something to learn from this. I don't wish Lizzo bad in this regard.
Right.
I hope it turns out well for her. I don't want to see it turn out bad, but I just want to make it as a cautionary tale. The other thing is, think about it like this. So she's spent the better part of the last 2 years and still not done yet. Take a look at how long this corrective action is taking.
But I do have a good question though, big brother. Now that we are talking about the what is the problem? What's the issue with the mass majority of our people relying on these doctors? Because you're putting your life at danger. I couldn't count how many stories I was told when, especially with a woman, particularly with a woman, they would go in for gastric bypass surgery, and they did, for some apparent reason, they didn't come out. What is the issue with just doing it the old-fashioned way, diet and exercise? Is it a lot more time-consuming, and is it a longer process?
Female discipline and femininity today are dead.
Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you?
Wow.
I mean, it's dead, brother. Females used to have a female culture. That female culture was maintenance.
Yes, sir.
Females checked each other. You couldn't be the big fat chick with the other group. You couldn't be the chick who didn't know how to do her hair. You couldn't be the chick who didn't know how to sew. You couldn't be the chick that didn't have a shoe game. You couldn't be the chick sloppy. Other females did not want to be around you because they're like, hey, baby, you're going to make me look bad. How am I going to get the men to take me seriously and you're my social group? So it used to be you couldn't be a sloppy chick. Today, this is the problem with single mother culture, is all the sloppy broads. Their sex habits are sloppy. Their social habits are sloppy. Their daily habits are sloppy. Their hygiene habits are sloppy. Their mental habits are sloppy. And that, unfortunately, is the female culture today. So it used to be that you couldn't even have females to hang around with. I'm going to be with you in the chat room, folks, about all these hoes. Did he say hoes? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
All these hoes showing up today with their damn pajamas on. You're at the damn store. Do you realize what a sloppy ass broad you are? Walking in the damn store with your pajamas on, brother, you can't be around. You can't walk out the door as a female with me. I've only had one that ever tried that. Just one. Got checked completely and dropped after that. What the hell? If you want to go back to sleep, your bed is in there. How the hell are you going to sit up here? You're going to jump out here talking about jumping in this damn vehicle and looking like you're still in bed? You represent me. The fact that you have proximity to me, that means you represent me. Now, I'm representing you well, and this is the best you think you need to represent me? This is your best effort. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Now, this is how they end up with niggas with nothing to lose. But as a man, you have to check that. She's your representative. I see her, I'm thinking about you. She's either a good look and she enhances your value or she detracts from it. Ain't no in between. Ain't no in between. So you got a broad showing up at Walmart with damn house slippers on. Y'all think about that. I seen them at Whole Foods. What? I seen them at Whole Foods. I seen them at Publix. I seen them at Trader Joe's. These hoes out of control. I mean, walking up in there big as damn me daylight. You don't have more dignity than that. I wasn't raised around or by females that carried themselves in that way. They didn't just walk out the damn front door any old kind of way. It was never like that. So I'm not used to that. These old sloppy ass hood rat hoes today sitting up here going everywhere, and they want to make a spectacle of themselves. What I'm saying is, when you're with a deficient female, and being an embarrassment is the only way she gets attention. Because she doesn't actually know how to straighten herself up and look right. So being an embarrassment is all she can offer. So everywhere she goes, she keeps giving herself opportunity to be a damn embarrassment. And if there's a fellow willing to tolerate that, then you get to sit next to that. I don't have any tolerance for it. That's a zero tolerance event. So if you don't already know what to do, can't have it. Can't have it. But brother, that's what you have today. Generation sloppy.
Yes, sir.
And they used to have other females who would check them, but most of them sloppy now. They go looking for one chick to go sew their damn hair in. You got hair that grows out your freaking head, and you're looking for somebody to go sew somebody else's hair onto your head. That's a deal breaker for me right there. I'll be damned.
Just so they can go bald later.
Dude, okay, what I'm saying here is that I'll be damned. Okay, if the only nice hair you have is what's sewn in, let me go talk to the broad you bought that hair from. What? let me go talk to her right quick. Since obviously she's the only one who knows how to grow any of it, why should I sit up here and get it secondhand from her?
Yes, sir.
What is this, necrophilia? We're cutting other people's hair off? Why don't I go talk to her? Since she obviously knows how to grow her damn hair. Why am I talking to you who can't grow, hair grows out your head and you ain't figured it out? So there's where we get into issues with that. Brother, so many of them look sloppy today that they can't even see how embarrassing they are.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the issue. So many are so thrown off, it's become the damn norm, and they don't see how sloppy they are until somebody leaves. Then they start taking notice, but then they'll panic for a little bit, try to fix it for about half a minute, and go hang out with their whole friends again, and then the cycle repeats itself. So that's what happened. It's sloppiness everywhere. And then they want to say you an ass if you check them on it. Well, Jason's an ass. I sure am. Welcome to boot camp.
Yes, sir.
I'll let you have the last word.
Hey, brother. Excellent broadcast. This is a telltale sign, and I agree with you 100%. I think she should step it up. The best thing for her with her weight loss journey, I think the best thing she should do is muscle up her body. The best way, just because muscle will burn fat and everything like that. But I hope she's successful.
Well, I think she has been. I think people are making a lot of assumptions and whatnot. I think she has been working out. I don't know how much weight training she's done, but I certainly think that she has been doing some aerobic training. Here's the thing. It's going to be a while before you can see that.
Of course.
I mean, we can't make any judgments right now about, quote, muscle tone. She's got a lot of layers to get through before that would even be visible. So right now she's doing what she needs to do. She should be doing both at the same time, but it's going to be a while before you see any of that. So we can't make any judgments just yet. What I do know is, for her sake, I hope she continues where she is. But for all the other females out there who told themselves it doesn't matter what I did in my 20s or 30s or whatever, and take a look at her. That's what y'all look like. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Marcus here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and get Marcus here on Zoom. Go ahead and give Marcus 5 seconds here. Then we got to keep going. Marcus might have stepped away from his phone or something. Marcus, I'll give you 5 more seconds here to go ahead and get everything up and going for me. Then we got to move on. Can't do it all night. All right, there you go, Marcus. What's on your mind?
Hey, great broadcast. Great broadcast. I was having trouble. This is a new phone, and I'm still trying to figure out how to.
Nigga, where you at? Where it's daylight in the middle of the day?
I'm at the gas station.
Oh, okay.
I'm in my car.
Never mind. It's bright as hell over there. All right.
Yeah, you're seeing the gas station.
When you say he's at Wawa. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. And I have a question. I'm here in San Francisco, and a lot of the women in the Bay Area out here, they get their BBLs and they go to the gym, they do all that stuff. in the hopes of either finding a man to do one of a few things, either take care of them outright or help them start their business. Now, that's my question I wanted to ask you. What do you think about? I don't think it's just something don't seem right about that. What do you think about a man who helps a woman start their business? And it doesn't really matter whatever it is. Do you think that's a good idea? Just something doesn't sit right with me with that, because I had a woman recently ask me that, and she asked me for some money to help her do it. And I have been dating her for about a year now.
Oh, hell. That'd be a heavy lift, dude. Look, fellas, you gotta be careful. On the one hand, you don't want to be dependent on a woman's money. You can't be. On the other hand, if a female comes to you with a damn handout, can you pay my student loans? Can you finance my business? Can you buy this tummy tuck? What? You know, it's as men, you got to be careful, especially I've known her for a year. Yeah, now she's hitting you up. It's like they go for a big ticket item. Every female's not going to hit you for a handbag or a car. Some of them are like, you know what? I'll hang around this little goofy nigga long enough here and see if he breaks some bread. There's a whole bunch of... I would never recommend to a man to pay for a female's plastic surgery. Have her go do... You can pay for a gym membership, but plastic surgery? Dude, she going to be gone. Ask Tom Brady or any of the rest of them. You go pay for a female's surgery, bruh. All I can say is, I hope you don't mind another nigga gripping that BBL.
And deal with it, nigga.
Because that's what it's going to be. If you pay for a female's breast implants, get ready for another dude to be squeezing them. If you pay for a BBL, get ready for another dude to be gripping them. That's what's going to occur. Because she's letting you know, I'm interested in grabbing male attention. She's already got you. Why is she so anxious for more than that? That must be for somebody she ain't sleeping with right now. And you can't see it. Oh, this will make her more attractive. Yeah, she got plans for it. Okay, well, she wants to start a business. Well, if you're going to be financing a business, brother, you don't put money into nothing you don't own. So if it's viable and this, that, and the other, okay, what you do is you go ahead and make an agreement and it stakes out your ownership in it, and then there you go from there. Because if she goes and gets the money from a bank or some white investors or whatever, they're going to own a part of it. So why should you get less? So if it really is viable, and if you really do feel that way about it and whatnot, okay, she wants you to break bread on that. Okay, well, baby, I don't invest in things I don't own. I don't invest in things I don't have an ownership stake in. I don't do that. So if it goes that direction, okay, well, if you've done your due diligence, if you think she's viable, if you think it's worth it, it's like, okay, oh yeah, by the way, one more thing, baby, I need you to sign this right quick. What is this? This is our agreement here. So this just spells out, by the way, because I don't pay for things I don't own. I don't do that. Now, she tries to give you that damn prenuptial guilt trip, nigga. This is your warning sign. Why we got to do that? I'll be damned. Now, she signed an agreement when she got her job. She signed an agreement when she went to her college. She wants something from you and then telling you what you don't need to get. How the hell is you can put money into it, but you can't say what you're going to get out of it. So it's all money in, no money out. Really? So you gonna pay for it. She gets all the benefits, and you get the psychic satisfaction. I'll show him glad I helped her get right with shit.
What do you think about the reason why it scares me a little bit, and because I saw it just in a different way. I went when I was in college. There was a lady that I was in class with, and she was married to he was a deputy sheriff. Her husband at the time. He put her through college, and I look up a year and a half after we graduate, she don't want to be with him no more. Dude. And I'm like, they've been together for a long time prior to that. And
this is a common thing. Niggas with benefits, they think they can sit up here. Some of them are dumb enough to get chicks pregnant. Some of them are super dumb enough to marry them. Bro, you a benefits package. Now, here's the thing. Did she have any children when she met him?
Oh, I don't think she did. I don't remember, but I don't think she had children at that time.
Fellas got to watch out here when they don't see the clear signs that females, as her options decrease, females have no problem using sex to blind you from the fact she here for something. If that's all you're interested in and you want sexual access, females have no problem making you think you the man, because now she realizes that's the only way to blind you. So yeah, we're going to pull the wool over your eyes. You think she just really hot and heavy for you. She's like, no, nigga, you got some benefits. And the easiest way to get you come up off of them is to make you think everything's all right. And next thing you know, there you are. This is a very common thing. Fellows in the military, big common thing. Fellows who work for the state, big common thing. So yeah, they go off and go do that garbage there. They get some chick. She been laying up with a bunch of damn broke dusties and whatnot. And next thing you know, she gives you this nigga got a benefits package. That's the old game. The benefits package is an old game. Getting a dumb nigga who's desperate, sexual scavenger, he's not protecting any of his assets. That's an old game right there. He's just looking for some companionship. Yeah, but he's a lame. And he doesn't understand how lame he is. Next thing you know, she signs up. Fellas, if you get with a chick, like now you said he married her. Fellas, so you got married to her and I'll be damned, she's going to go enroll in college right after that? How much time is she going to be able to give you? You married her so she could go pick up a new career? Think about that for a few moments. Is that why you married her? So you would have less time with her? Then why did you marry her? Why? It makes no sense when you think about it. Nigga, recognize when you got took. Some of you fellas are sitting up here marrying hoes, and next thing you got free time with her until the damn semester starts. Damn! There's a bunch of you fellas out here, y'all got married to her. She been with you, you talking about they was together for a year. You mean until the semester started. That's what you mean. Until enrollment was done. So he was with her until her enrollment got done. Then next thing you know, that's it. They've been roommates ever since. He had a year. Okay. And I bet you she was running around the damn house playing keep away. She'll lay up with him once every couple of weeks. Other than that, it's keep away. He's running up and down the damn stairs. She giggling. He. Okay, but ain't been in bed with her yet. So he get to lay up once every couple of weeks. Okay, but her damn tuition is paid. And that's it. So she get that. She get the tuition. She get the books. Fellas do not understand or recognize how far a female will go to take the financial load off herself. Like if you're going to college and whatnot, man, tuition for books, the cost for textbooks is exorbitant. You can spend $1,000 just on textbooks. Easy. Do you realize how far some females will go? Many females will go. If she's decided she got to do it for herself, nigga, you the means to an end. These chicks will marry you to get their damn tuition paid.
Nigga, please.
And fellas don't think it's that serious. You see it happening every damn day with that nigga over there. It's going to be you in just a minute. So no, she sees you think you're going to get easy street. You think you're going to make it simple. Females look for a man who wants it simple because she knows that you will overpay. It's not worth that. She wants to go to damn college, get your damn Perkins loans or whatever. She's looking for, she's marrying you and then go right off and go sign up for college. Nigga, you didn't see that coming? So no, bruh, that's it. She didn't want him. She was looking to take the load off herself, and everything was in place, and his resources were not spoken for by somebody else. And then that's it. She got what she wanted. Once you find out what a female really thinks about you when she gets what she wants. If you are what she wants, you find out what she really thinks after that. If she wanted something else, I'll be damned. Okay. She got what she came for now. You made the drop. Now she's trying to figure out the exit strategy. That's where your man's at now. And you know it. She trying to figure out what the exit strategy gonna be. Most likely, now here's the thing. You said they didn't have kids before. Do they have kids now?
No, I lost contact where I went to college with her.
Okay.
That was a long time ago.
Like I say, usually what happens, they get with he's an older fella, they get with his little dumb ass. He sits up here and makes the damn deal. She gets what she wants out of it, and then she goes and checks with the divorce lawyer. The reason why most men today don't listen to married men is because most married men are walking dumbasses. We can see your broad ain't really into you like that, and you sitting there giggling and laughing. And it's obvious to the rest of us, nigga, she don't fool with you like that. She just wants you to believe that because there's something she came here to get. It make her life easier. So many females out here are waiting till the kids get old enough for her to leave, waiting for her career to get mature enough for her to leave, waiting for the debt to come down enough for her to leave, waiting for this other fella she talking to on the side to finally make it seem like he gonna do halfway something so she can leave. She just wants you to sit there until she gets to that point. Or, and fellas who are married out here don't realize, man, yo broad went and talked to the damn divorce attorney a year ago. Niggas think that they female got up one day and decided to leave. Nigga, she did the damn groundwork a year ago. Every single married man in here listening to me right now, every married man who's been divorced, y'all all got the same damn story. Y'all found out that chick was sitting up here. She had been investigating divorcing you a year before you got the papers. You got the papers long after she did all the damn footwork to set up leaving you. You sitting here working and paying bills and every damn thing else. 6 months ago, she done talked to an attorney. Her mama is sitting there on the phone telling her which lawyers to talk to. Or her dad, or both, sitting there coaching her on who to talk to get away, to leave you, and how she can take as much from you as she can. And then a year later, you find out, I'll be damned, she talked. Fellas, ain't no female talk to no damn a divorce attorney. If she gave you think that she gave you papers this week and she talked to the damn divorce attorney last week. She talked to that nigga months ago, if not a year. And they will tell them, okay, here's what you need to do to prepare to leave. Here's what you need to do financially to prepare to leave. And you only serve him the papers after you've done all your preparation work. That's how fellas can't believe it. So when she serves the papers, you thinking, well, she got to get prepared, nigga. She's already prepared. She's not trying to get things together. When she served you the papers, she's done with her preparation. You think, well, she ain't ready. She got to get the money together. She's already done it. She already did it. That's where your man at right now. She's just prepping the groundwork to leave. If she hadn't already, if she's in a state that requires her to stay married for a certain amount of time so she can maximize the benefits she gets when she does. That's where your man at. She just waiting until the situation is right. Then she gonna go ahead and say, okay, nigga, I've been waiting to leave you for a minute.
What are the signs of that? I mean, it happened to me but I was never married.
Wink,
My
wink.
girlfriend just blindsided me. When we were living together back in 2004, but
I'm so glad that's your friend. Wink, wink.
No. The woman, no, I'm talking about two different people. I'm talking about what you just said kind of related.
Right.
It kind of hit home to me because I didn't see it coming even though I wasn't married. We were just living together. And we were trying to work, at least I thought we were trying to work on something at the time. But I mean, other than the distancing, because I really didn't honestly notice because I was doing my own thing too. But I didn't expect her to do that. So what are the signs? I'm just curious. What do you think?
Number one, fellas, is a female genuinely interested in you? Jason, what does that look like? Number one, she is contacting you. Take a look on your cell phone. See who's been initiating contact. Take a look over the course of 2 weeks. Has she been texting you or have you been always having to text her? Signs like that show you who's interested. If a female is interested in you, she's contacting you. She's texting you. She is showing her interest in you. She's driven by her emotions. She ain't able to sit there for no 3-4 days and they made contact with you. You that dude. When you're the dude, she doesn't have anything more important. She doesn't give a damn about her job. Her job is not as fulfilling as time with you is. So if you're always initiating contact, she's never the one initiating contact. I'm talking about she initiates most of it. There's your first sign. You're the one pursuing her. Your job as the man is to demonstrate you have interest. After that, she's supposed to qualify for your interest. She's not doing that. She's showing you that. Second order of business, sacrifice. What is she sacrificing for you? If a female is interested in you, she sacrifices gleefully. This is what pisses most men off. Most men can't stand this. Most of y'all are sitting up here paying for dinner. You're paying for vacations, this, that, and the other. If she was with Michael B. Jordan, she would be paying for all that her damn self gleefully.
Auntie, chill.
That's part that drives y'all crazy, because you know I'm telling the damn truth. If your chick was dating Usher, she would be paying for every damn thing, just so she could be with him. Same thing with Chris Brown. Yeah, the men they value the most, they sacrifice and pay for. The men they value the least, she tells you what you got to do. That's how you know you do not have value in her eyes. If you have value in her eyes, she's sacrificing for you because she wants to make it frictionless. If she's like, yeah, you know, I think I'm doing you a favor and really I don't want to sacrifice for you because I don't want to feel like I'm giving more than I'm getting. Those are the guys they hit talking about, you got to pay my rent and pay my bills and I'm serious about a relationship and I'm through playing games. What she means is she's ready to put the nigga over a barrel. And you're the one she's chosen. Not because she digs you, but because she's like, okay, I need to go ahead and cash out and get something firmed up. So women don't sacrifice for men they're not interested in. They don't. That's why I'm the guy. All you damn red pill gurus couldn't explain the very simple thing that I explain, which we do all the time here. But by the way, niggas talking about chicks getting flued out. I'm like, dude, if a chick's interested in you, then she's buying her own plane tickets. What the hell do you think she got that job for that she working? Every damn female up in here, they got frequent flyer miles with Spirit, Southwest, Delta, whatever her hub city is, American, Delta, United, depending on where she at. Every single female up in here got frequent flyer miles and got an account with them airlines. Every single one. Fellas, go ask the chick. If you're talking to a chick today, by the way, just ask her, by the way, do you have an account with this airline? Every single female up in here got one. Okay, how did she get it? She's paying for tickets. For a guy she really wants, she pays for it. All she wants you to do is give her the green light on a day when she can show up. She don't want nothing in the damn way. She's not gonna let a plane ticket get in the way. She's like, nigga, please. I got ticket money when you available. That's the way that goes when she's interested in you. And if we were talking about Usher, Chris Brown, Idris Elba, you'd be like, oh yeah, of course. Well, I'm like, wait a minute. It's not because they're stars. Those are metaphors. That's a man she would really want. Okay, well, if you are, then you would get treated the same way. Hollywood status has nothing to do with it. Oh, you're not getting that treatment? Oh, she's telling you. Because I guarantee you there's been another nigga who did. There's been another nigga she was with she did do it for. Just not you. And she's letting you know, yeah, that guy was worth that risk. I was passionate about him. I ain't like that about you. Okay, there's the sign. That's just another one. There's one of them signs. That is, she's looking, whatever she is getting from being around you, she's showing you that it's separate and apart from you. And at some point, she gonna make the move to get the benefits without you because you are a complication. How can we get rid of the middleman so I can get to what I'm actually trying to get? Next thing is, nigga, you invisible. Jason, what you mean? She got social media you never mentioned, you never talked about, you never shown? Bunch of you fellas out here, the problem is not if your female got social media. Don't listen to some dumbass on YouTube with a chick sitting up here and around on them. The issue is not if she has social media. Fella, the issue is on social media. You got a chick who's commenting on other niggas' pages. What? Commenting back and forth with niggas. That's a sign. It's one thing if your chick has social media, she posts and people come to her. It's another thing if she running around talking to people. Nigga, you know what you married? You know what you got? It's right there. There, we don't hear that. There it is. I'm not even going for the low-hanging fruit like is she posting pictures of herself and whatnot. I ain't even going for that. That's the low-hanging fruit. She got social media, but she's soliciting attention. She's chasing conversations. She's chasing interactions. Okay, then your conversation and your interaction are obviously not the most important. They're showing you that you are not the height of her abilities. That she's still open and receptive to something else. Next thing is about long-term plans. Fellas need to listen about what the damn long-term plans are. Are these long-term plans to benefit the both of you or long-term plans to benefit one of you? But Jason, what does that mean? Females start looking for ways to put you over a barrel if you're just useful. Here, why don't you pay for this house? Here, why don't you pay for this overpriced ass car? They start hitting you up for things. Big ticket items. That's why I gave you fellas the concept of the company car. A female who wants the man, she just wants access. Dude, my females want to drive my car. They don't even want to drive the damn company car. They want to drive it because I got it. They want my damn key fobs. Okay, she's interested in you. And those are signs that she's not. When's the last time your chick wore your clothes, bruh? Simple things like that. It sounds simple, but it ain't. When's the last time your female wore your clothes? It means something. That really, really means something, y'all. It really does. That sounds like a very frivolous thing. Yeah, to us as men it is. That's a very girly thing. What she's saying is you make her feel girly. That means you're touching a part of her. Michael B. Jordan, she be wearing his damn shirt.
And deal with it, nigga.
So those kind of things right there. Is she talking to you about your benefits, or is she talking to you about your benefits, or is she talking to you about what you do? You see, your benefits package comes from your employer. That's documentation and paperwork. Is she asking you about what you do? Or is she just asking you about what you get for what you do? So she can see how much she can muscle in for that. When a woman is interested in you, Michael B. Jordan, she's at where your next movie is, who you working with, where y'all filming at. She doesn't ask, what's the health care package? What's the life insurance benefits they giving you? What's the 401k? Women don't ask that when she's interested in you. She figures that's a given. Okay, she wants to know about you. These are signs that I see men overlook every single day. Every single day. And eventually it's going to come down. Because it has to. So those are just a few basic things that you can see initially from the outset. You see those kind of things right there, bruh. She letting you know what it is. At the best you can hope for in those circumstances, that obviously you're the guy she's settling for. Because in the female mind, that's settling. So she just wants to make sure it's worth the value of settling for you, so that she can tell herself that she can tolerate being in this environment. Because she's been with better, or what she perceives to be better. And she's like, okay, if I got to settle with you, let me make sure I'm getting all my payment up front. Let me get all my value up front. I can't wait for it. Oh, yeah. That's one more thing. And they rush you. You don't get time to think. You can't wait. When the value is not coming from you, it's just what you got, she rushes you for everything. You got to make all your decisions now. You got to give everything now. From that look on your face, it sounds like some of this is familiar.
Yeah, I've had side chicks do it's kind of funny. I mean, recently, the women that I'm kind of just not really interested in, I just have them on the side. They did everything that you said. Put on my clothes. Want to drive my everything, damn near a lot of stuff you said. But the other chicks I wanted to kind of talk to, not so much. So that's what I'm thinking about as you're talking.
But brother, you got the 40-something-year-old single mom you've been running around with.
Well, I have one where it doesn't have kids,
well,
but that's another story.
I'm just saying, let's not create the scenario like we got a bunch of dimes we want to hear with this. Let's not do that, brother. Let's not do that.
Well, I never said. Yeah,
I'm just saying, the chicks you talking about, they get in where they fit in. I mean, you got size 14 over here, size 16. They getting in where they fit in, and that's. I mean, just do what you do. But like I say, it's not like that. Because the real issue is you're not, obviously some of the desire factor is not there. Okay, that's the trade-off. So yeah, well, she wants to wear my clothes. Hell yeah, Lizzo can fit in that damn triple extra large.
And deal with it, nigga.
Lizzo can fit that extra large tank top you got. Because you're not a little dude. I don't think a size 6 is trying to put on that jersey you wear. I don't think a size 6 trying to fit in that, brother. I don't think she should be wearing that damn thing like a bed sheet. So I don't think she's trying to do that.
Yeah. I got a late start on getting my career together. So yeah, my money, that's why the other woman, like I said, that's why I asked you about the desirability. We were living together. She left me because I couldn't hold up my end for a period of time. So yeah. But when I was, I was trying to get what I thought I was getting together, then she had to go. She said she wanted to leave. So that was it. But yeah. Yeah, it's just very interesting. I used to listen before you came along. I used to listen to like Lycus and stuff, and and he was talking about that it turns out to be bullshit now, but I didn't know no better back then.
Like I said, I mean, if you want the old version of it from a guy who from the 80s and 90s, who all those white fellas out there, and I'm just bringing up white simply because it's a cultural thing, all of them trying to live their Hugh Hefner fantasy. None of them were the guy that females were interested in. So for them, everything was financially transactional. Everything was commercially transactional. And the bottom line is, take a look at Lycus. He's not happy today about any of that. He is jaded and cynical, quite frankly, pessimistic about females, period. And then you listen to him, it doesn't stop at the female stops. It goes on to life in general. He's pessimistic about life in general. Is that where you trying to end up at? So to anybody who does listen to those guys, I'm like, by the way, is that where you're trying to go? I'm like, it can be better than that. I didn't say everything's going to be peaches and roses. I didn't say that, but you can do better than that to a degree. You can do better than that. You can do better than everything being pessimistic. If it's pessimistic, I mean, think about what Lycus always said is that he always considered himself, well, on a scale of 1 to 10, he was a 4. Okay, well, when you're entering the door telling a relationship, hi, you're telling a female, hi, would you like to be with a 4? Okay. What kind of deal are you offering her? So she's supposed to just be chomping at the bit to be with a 4? Come on, man. Come on. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. What the hell kind of deal is that? Step right up, ladies. I'm a strong 4. Okay. And some chick living in an underpass somewhere, or some Playboy bunny shaking on her drug habit. Yeah, you need to bring the bag because she needs to be able to pay for her fentanyl if she's going to continue fooling with you. But for a fella she really wants to be with, it's like, oh, that's not required. Fellas, one more thing. If your chick has to do drugs, you're supposed to be the drug. If your chick got to do drugs to be in your presence, we got problems. We got problems, man. Your chick should be able to be in your presence and be sober. She should want to be sober so that she is completely in the moment with you. She's not supposed to be trying to be distracted, distanced, escapism, narcissized, nothing. So, hey, fellas, one more warning sign. This chick always need to be lit to be around you. She doesn't ever want to be around you and be sober. She doesn't ever want to be around you and not be intoxicated, not be lit, not be buzzed. She can't function and be sober around you. Yeah, another warning sign. I got Brandon on Zoom. Brandon, where you at? Okay, I'm waiting on Brandon here to get himself together. He's working with this newfangled technology, so I'll see if we can try to get him straightened out here in just a moment. Otherwise, I gotta keep it pushing. I've been on for a minute now. Went on. Oh, three and a half hours. I gotta make up for a few things here in the first place here. Brandon, let me go ahead and get your camera started for me, Brandon. Once I get that done, we'll be going here. I'll give you another half a second here, and then I gotta keep moving.
You got me, man.
All right, Brandon, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Hey, yo, Jason, I don't know what the heck was going on with this Zoom thing, but I am driving though, so hopefully my signal ain't get bad. So I'm gonna keep it short. Hey, you definitely laying down some good game tonight, man, definitely. But I just had to make a reference, call in and make a reference to one of your previous programs that you did a few months ago, breaking down the female economics in that article that you brought up from reading from what was it? The United States Treasury or something like that, where it just pretty much just broke down females' wealth by race and different things like that. And when it broke it on down, like though these females, they're broke. These females, they don't really have a lot of money to be able to make anything happen. So when you talk about things like a house, dude, most of these females on their own will never ever be able to buy a house. They'll never be able to accomplish really too much anything in their own dreams. $80,000 for a house, and the average black woman has a net worth of only about $200 or has a net worth of $0. The average white woman has a net worth of about $17,000. Dude, these females are going to be so desperate in these upcoming years that they're never going to be able to accomplish anything.
No,
so
we're there now.
Be on the hunt.
We're there now.
Yeah.
We're not on our way. That was why I did my program, The Wealth Killer. I did my program, The Wealth Killer, because nobody sits down with you all about the real numbers. I'm like, ma'am, if you have a monthly mortgage of $1,500 or $2,000, multiply that by 360. That's a 30-year mortgage. I mean, if the house's sale price is $500,000, you're going to be paying damn near $1 million and it's over. So $1 million of your income is spoken for the next 30 years. How much longer are you going to live? If you live 50 years, most of your income is spoken for that house. So trying to lift that all by yourself, and then in the female psyche, if they do go into something like that, they want to go for, quote, exactly what they want. So yeah, now you're going to overpay because she's going to try to go be in exactly the part of Atlanta she wants to be in, exactly the part of, Nashville she wants to be in, exactly the part of DC she wants to be in. So at that point right there, the budget has been destroyed. The budget has just been blown to hell. So yeah, I mean, doing that by herself, it's going to be crushing. It's going to be crushing. She's going to have, the only way that works is if she becomes some career chick who basically is married to her job.
And even then, I don't even believe that though. Because even like just the down payment of it all, $80,000. These females can barely even touch 5, let alone 80. So when you talk about the average household down payment is completely something unobtainable for majority of the women on out here, they're gonna have to find some way to go ahead and do it. So getting a divorce, marrying a dude just so she can get you to make a down payment on a house is definitely going to be something that they're definitely going to go ahead and do. And I would even argue and go as far as this stuff going on with Diddy and a lot of these Chris Brown and a lot of these guys on out here making and you got all these females jumping on out here saying that they touched them with no proof. I believe that most definitely soon enough you're gonna have a lot of females coming on out here trying to falsify sexual assault cases on the average guy, because without that man's money they're not going to be able to accomplish anything. They're priced out of almost all their hopes and dreams. And that's just the reality this reality we gotta live in. The average woman is priced out of all her hopes and her dreams. Whatever she's trying to obtain, she cannot do it without a man's money.
Brothers, I want you all to think about something. Every female in here knows this website. As a matter of fact, they can name the couple of their sister sites. Y'all ever heard of a place called Poshmark? All these females up in here know what Poshmark is. That's where you can go buy your resold Chanel bags and Louis Vuitton bags and things like that. It's a marketplace for that. There's also one other thing that the females here know about them websites like Poshmark. That even to buy a used one is usually only going to be about a 10 or 20% difference in price. What? But it's true. Even to go buy a used one on Poshmark or any of these other websites where they can resell their handbags and stuff like that, even if she wants to get a used one, the price difference is only going to be about 10 to 20% at most. At most. At most. Ain't going to be no 50% off. Ain't happening. I'm not talking about used from the factory. I'm talking about used from another person. Some little old lady out there in Pasadena handing off her Chanel bag. And here's the crazy thing. I'm talking about for older ones. I'm not talking about for something that's like a year old. I'm talking about for ones that are 5, 10, 15-year-old handbags. This is what they're looking at now. Somebody said eBay. Now, the females can tell you what the problem is with that. You got to watch out for phony stuff on eBay. So places like Poshmark, they'll make more of an effort to validate the stuff and make sure it's authentic. On eBay, you're taking your chances. On eBay, you're taking your chances. So unless it's like, Chanel with the little marker on it and stuff where you can authenticate it through the company. But other than that, you're taking your chances. With these other sites here and stuff, and they'll make more of an effort to authenticate it. But the bottom line is, by the way, brother, even if she wants a used one, y'all have to understand what's going on out here for the used ones. So hell yeah. If you're a fella making $200,000 a year, you're a target. You are a target. You sure as hell are. I've been saying that for years. This is not new. I've been saying this for years now. That, by the way, fellas, there are not enough NBA players and rappers to go around. There's not enough. So yes, you thinking you working at your corporate job or whatever, or your middle-level marketing, middle-level management job or whatever, you think that, that's not big enough. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. There's too much struggle going on. There's too much struggle going on. And when they do the actual numbers and realize, this doesn't work out. You don't have enough years to be able to do that for yourself. Either that or you're going to sacrifice everything else you got. And it's easy for her to talk trash in front of you and talk about she would do that. Brother, they ain't trying to do that. There's not a single female in America who is trying to give 40 years of her life to a job. If she does, it's because she ended up there. But she is resentful the whole damn time. You and I are old enough now. We have never met a female who worked at a job for 20 years who was happy. They are all the most miserable, worst attitude. No man, you have never worked with a female who her attitude got better year after year. You ain't never worked at a job with a female whose attitude got better year after year. She got softer, more feminine year after year. She was happier and easier to work with year after year. Every year the heifer gets worse. That's every damn job y'all got. I don't care if it's retail. I don't care if it's sales. I don't care if it's academia. Every year a female works, it gets worse. It wears on her. She becomes harder. She becomes more difficult to deal with. It just go with it. So the longer she stays there, the worse it gets, and she recognizes it. So eventually, let me get an escape route, and if I ain't got one, damn it, let me go steal one.
Oh, you're gonna do that? They're definitely gonna do that, and I just hopefully these brothers out here most definitely quit co-signing all these, especially these old weak ass moist dudes though, especially those weak ass moist booty dudes though, because I'm thinking like, dude, that's gonna be most likely for y'all. You gonna catch a sexual assault charge, and this woman gonna be talking about taking your ass to court for $50,000 damn dollars. Now, you know you ain't got the 100 million like Diddy, but you can come up with 50. You can come up with the 50. Or her ass gonna send your ass to jail on some fake rape charges like they did our brother Bill Cosby. They definitely gonna come with that because they ain't got no damn choice. The average woman is blocked, is financially all her hopes and dreams she can never accomplish. So she's gonna have to come out with something. Something's got to go ahead and happen. It is not gonna be off to the sweat of her own brow and the strength of her own back. That's what we know for sure.
No female is trying to live in Los Angeles, San Diego, Houston. They're not trying to live in the worst part of it. None of them. They trying, if they go there, they're trying to live in the best part. Period. And when you get hit with that price tag, it's like, okay, you got choices to make.
Got some big choices to go ahead and make those shoes, and it ain't gonna come from their own damn work. They sit up here and do all this stuff though, just so that they can go. They sit up there and do all this stuff just so they can get a job, just so they can go ahead and get them a better man. Look, when a woman gets a damn BBL, that's her submission that she will never ever be with the average man. That's what she's telling herself. Once she's gonna lay down on that table and let them doctors start cutting on her, she has just solidified to herself, okay, I will never be with the average man. If I have to, I will do whatever I gotta do, join OnlyFans, do whatever, but going to an average guy, I will not. I'll trick him, bust his head, but as far as actually being with one, they will not. This is some real stuff on out here, and we just definitely got to keep our eyes open for what's going on. These females out here are it's cutthroat time. It's been cutthroat, but I don't think it's never been the game is never going to be more cutthroat than it is going here and forward. They can't do anything. All things they're going to have to do is going to have to come from a man, and they ain't ready to go ahead and settle down and admit that they were wrong about any of this stuff. So they're going to crash on out. A lot of this stuff is just women crashing on out. When a woman sits up there and get over 40 and she just lets herself go and gaining a lot of weight, a lot of that stuff is just them self-mutilating themselves. I believe that they're just self-mutilating and just waiting for the right time and just being like, well, if I can't get the man that I want, then I'll just punish the rest of the men who want me.
I think that's a very profound statement he just made right there. If she gets a BBL, what she is communicating is that she has no intention of ever returning or being around a, quote, normal guy.
Oh, not at all. No, if she come around with it and if you're a normal guy and she come around that BBL, boy, you better keep your guard up. Because she definitely looking. Because you already know that BBL they think it's the secret key to getting every dang on thing they want, to being in that $1 million lifestyle. And we already know, it's way more BBLs out here and beautiful chicks, and that's just not going to be the end all be all. So when she come back, go get that BBL and think that she's going to wag it around and millionaires going to start falling out the damn sky, when she realizes that's what's not going to happen, she's going to go ahead and out there. She's going to have to try to flex that ass on some normal damn dudes and get their ass to go ahead and break that bread.
No, I mean, look, she's not going to spend $10,000 to get a guy who brings $10,000. If she's spending $10,000, she wants a guy who brings $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. She's not spending $10,000 to get the average dude. That's not why she's doing that. If she spends that, in her heart, what she really looking for is what she sees on Instagram and the kind of guys she think they get. So, I mean, you're dead on the money with that. It's a very, very profound statement you're making. If she spends that kind of money, what she's letting you know is, I'm through with average dudes. Or at least I don't think that's where I qualify. I think I'm well above that.
She does. That's what they do. You ain't never see they females sit up there and lie their ass off, sitting up here saying, no, oh, that's just what the guys want, and we're just fiending for the BBL, not just want some attention or to make me feel pretty. No, the hell you don't. Usually using that, trying to use that ass to get to a better life. You don't never see no damn girl with no BBL towards with the average dude. Never. They're trying to use that ass to go ahead and come on up. And you were so right on a few programs ago when you said how many females you know with a degree that got a BBL. Nigga, if you didn't tell the truth on that one.
How many college professors, how many doctors, chiefs of surgery, how many females you seen with a BBL, with them and the BBLs? No, it's a chick who on her way somewhere. Females who know what they got, they don't do stuff like that. A chick who's like, I got somewhere to go and I'm not going to finance it. Oh, I need that.
They need that. Exactly. They need that. Though. But one dang on thing about it is, though, shoot, for these damn chicks out here, though, you know what? If you go get a damn BBL, you know what, though? Damn it, so be it. Because the way I feel about it is, if we finna go ahead and be on out here, as I referenced another one of your broadcasts you did years ago, when you said that it takes 10,000 damn hours to be a master at something, and you really can't cheat that, and you are absolutely right. It's going to really take you 10,000 hours to sit down, focus on this task, become a master at it so you can be able to increase your value and be able to be a master at something. Well, damn it, though, shit, I'm not doing 10,000 hours to get no damn chick that look like Lizzo. I don't give a damn how she's shaping or reforming. It would have to be a complete off-the-frame teardown to even be considered. Because when you look at that because when you really add on up 10,000 hours, you have literally knocked off probably about 90% of the male and female population. No damn sure well majority of nowhere near anywhere females going to put that type of damn time in to become a master at something. Then you've knocked down majority of the males that's going to even attempt that. So you're really looking at some very narrow percentage of males that would actually even consider to do it. And you damn right, though. If I do 10,000 hours completing to be a master at something, you better come with your damn A game. I don't care if it risked your damn life to go ahead and do it. That was the easiest. You just got to roll the dice just like everybody else. It's dudes that wake up here every damn day building bridges, building skyscrapers, and they risk their damn lives. So at least you're going to do it at least once.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. It's a catch-22 because you never met a chick with a BBL who ever brought anything of value. That was all the value she has in the world is inflating her butt cheeks currently. She literally brought nothing else. Nothing.
Yep. That is definitely true. That is most definitely true. It's a lot of chicks on out here who think that just because they ain't nasty and filthy and actually keep a clean house and got some butt cheeks, that's all they need to bring. This chicks out here, I can't stand when a female sit back and say, hey, what you bring to the table? She be like, I'm his piece. Heifer, we already mostly peaceful, though, before your ass even came through the dang on door. We enjoy silence most of the dang on time and are very peaceful without to. So a lot of these females really just want to be able to say, okay, then I don't start problems and bring you as many problems, though, to start with you. That's really what they be sitting up there really be talking about, though. Like they have some type of audacity to be able to come into a man's life and disrupt it, and then we should be grateful when they stop doing it. That is just the most absolutely ridiculous, narcissistic thing that a female can ever just sit back and say. You're supposed to keep a damn clean house. But the reality is, it's a whole lot of nasty-ass females out here, too. Every damn dude in here has been in a damn chick house with some dirty dishes and dirty flow.
We talk about cooking and cleaning. I'm like, heifer, you live here and you eat here.
Right. You eat here, you cook here, you live here, and you want me to be grateful because you're not a nasty broad? I mean, like, what happened? Because then that just insinuates that all men are just dirty, nasty dudes. Like, you just come over to our place and we got dirty drawers, dirty dishes.
Well, I'm just saying this. I'm just saying that it's like doing you a favor. How's it doing you a favor? She's eating too, ain't she? She hungry too. I'll be damned. I'm doing you a favor. So you wasn't planning on eating today? Really?
Right.
She's acting like she's doing you a favor. So I'm like, okay, so what, you on the 3-day fast?
Exactly. And think that just because those shoes, okay, then I threw an extra steak in the pan for you, those shoes. That should accomplish you getting all your bills paid. Heifer, if you don't stop, it called the man that dropped the damn grill at Outback Steakhouse only making $15 an hour, and you want me to pay $2,000 worth of rent? You done lost your mind.
Brother, I mean, a trip to Wendy's is going to cost you $20. I'm like, okay, when you work that math out, I'm like, by the end of the month, that I save some money if I keep doing that, wouldn't I? So things like that. Just she's doing clothes. No, Whirlpool is doing the clothes.
And deal with it, nigga.
It's not like she's sitting over it's not like she's in the damn bathtub doing like what your grandmama was doing with the washboard. It's not like that's going on. So I'm like, okay. Don't. Some
of the time they don't even like taking it down the stairs. Be like, though, can you carry that heavy laundry basket up the stairs? Like, heifer, if you don't put your back into that. Exactly, though. You just really ain't consider doing laundry, though, just standing in front of the washing machine, sorting out the colors in the white.
Yeah, like I said, like George Jetson. Remember George Jetson? His job was pushing the button at Spacely Sprockets. For those of y'all, there was like 1 or 2 episodes that actually showed what George Jetson did at his job. And he's talking about, I worked my finger to the bone. And all he did was press a single button. That was all George Jetson actually did at his job, was press that damn button. We got a bunch of damn Julia Jetsons out here today trying to tell you that they working their finger to the bone, pressing the button on the Whirlpool. It's like, you don't understand how hard I'm working up in here. Or you sitting at your damn job doing manual labor, and she's sitting at the house acting like pressing that button took 8 hours of strenuous work. It's like, okay, all right, fine. So if you let them do it, you'll never hear the end of it. But certainly some warning signs. If she got a BBL, she doesn't even plan on pressing the button. If she gets a BBL, then she's going to be like pressing the laundry button. Nigga, you asking too much. Why are you asking all that?
You right, though, shoot. That BBL, that's supposed to be their damn ticket. Their lifeline up out of this average life. And that ain't, and when it falls flat, though, shoot, they already know. Another thing these females really think that we don't know is, even if you don't get that BBL and all this damn body surgery, most likely your body is going to start rejecting that stuff by the age of 50.
Brother, you'll never get that far along. You know why? Because if you're the guy who pays for it, you ain't going to have access to it before a year. Maybe 2. If you pay for a woman's BBLs, you pay for their breast implants, she's going to be gone within 12 months. 24 if her OnlyFans DMs don't get popping. So you'll never get to 50 years old. It doesn't work that way. You all cannot name a single chick that you saw get plastic surgery who is still with the fella who paid for it. You hear about what she was with him 5, 6, 10 years ago. You never seen a chick who was still with him today. Never in your life. Unless she's like old. Unless she done got older. Once they get in their late 40s or 50s, okay, she gotta stay here now. You ain't never met a chick in her 20s or 30s who's still with that dude. Not even the rappers. You ain't never seen it. He pays for that, and then that's it. Within a year, she laying on top of somebody else. With your BBL, with your breast implants you paid for.
But I was mostly even just talking about those shoes for like a lot of these older chicks. They get in them 40s, and then they start really wanting to get their dang on bodies done or whatever because they trying to repackage and resell it and reset it. Because I've met a lot of chicks I know go get a lot of that body surgery done. They are just that in their 40s. They're 40 years old, and that's when they just start realizing, okay, I got to do something. They trying to roll back the odometer. So let me see if these breast implants and these butt injections is finna go ahead and make a damn difference, though. And I'm just like, heifer, and even if they pay for it, and get it done for themselves. It's like, heifer, you think I don't know that your time limit is already, you got a time limit on these things? Your body is gonna reject a lot of that stuff. Heck, it's gonna be a lot of females on out here, and this just for the dudes who are, you know what I'm saying, the older around that range, though. Shoot, it's gonna be females that's gonna be trying to get in relationships and marry a damn dude just for that stuff to get taken on out. It's not something she's gonna die with. She's gonna have to get those a lot of that silicone taken on out. She's gonna have to get that them butt cheeks and that and all that filler removed up out of her at one damn point. So it's a lot of chicks. You finna be putting the dang on bill though, marrying a chick that got all that ain't gonna be, in 6 months later, she finna hand you the bill to get all that stuff taken out of her.
They find out what you're willing to do, and then it goes even further than that. So, very good point. I'll let you have the last word.
Oh, man, well, I definitely, man, just appreciate your man out here dropping a whole lot of game. You dropping hella game, a whole lot of knowledge, man, on out here. I definitely recommend you to a lot of people to go ahead and listen to, because you just tell the truth. Now you bring in perspectives, though, man, that is something that we've never just seen before. And when you just break it down so naturally that, man, you know, it's impossible for anybody to go ahead and miss it. A lot of females, they'll get mad at you saying it, but you telling the truth, and it's all truth. You know, it's what it is, and we got to learn to go ahead and deal with it, though. You know what I mean? I just think that it's you out here. Thank God, you know what I'm saying? You out here telling the truth and educating a lot of the dudes who don't have game or don't have real knowledge of women and how this is going to operate. So when we do go ahead and get our money together, we're not sitting up here being fools about it. You know, you just can't wave them butt cheeks in our face, breasts in the face, though, shooting. You know, we just falling for it and getting juiced because because it can definitely go ahead and happen if you're not up to par about what's going on. Because I definitely have females see me get my shine on up, and they trying to go ahead and come on back though. And yeah, if I wasn't up to par though, shit, I probably would end up falling for it though, whatever. But it's like,
brother,
nah,
the only problem is OnlyFans. The membership for OnlyFans, unfortunately, is the proof of there are enough simp trick dudes out there, at least to support a certain segment of the market. Not all of them, not most of them, but there's enough desperate dudes out there that they'll pay for something. Probably can't pay for a BBL. They'll pay for some shoes. Oh, there's the killing part about it. That most of them are married. Not a lot. Most of them are married.
What it say? 90% from that article. 90% of OnlyFans contributor males are married.
Yeah, it's like so over 80%. Over 80% are married. That tells you right there what the married dudes are getting.
You still ain't. So you married this girl just so you wouldn't have, just so you can keep from having dry D, and now you married her and you still got it, nigga. What's the point of getting married these days?
Not being lonely. Oh, clearly that ain't working. They got married. Well, at least I'm not alone. Okay, well, you're on OnlyFans, so very clearly the company at home is not as fulfilling as we thought. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, boy, imagine Lizzo coming off the top rope on you. Damn. All right, imagine Lizzo coming off the top rope on you here. I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody, who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Look here, the G-Love, Teddy B, Ivy the Great, When Things Get Real, Flex Donada, Business Calculus. All right, one love to you all, so I appreciate that as well. Oh, guys, and a shout out here to my man Grind Time.
I told you all that I was the greatest of all time. I told you today I'm still the greatest of all time.
My man Grind Time, thank you very much here for your support tonight. Got what he qualified for at his age. He ain't complaining, making the best of it. All right, well, get in where you fit in. Get in where you fit in. I ain't mad at you. Yeah, buddy, it's rough out there. Folks are trying to improve their position. Lizzo done went all these years, and she like, screw it. She trying to have a good time. At some point here, she can't even pretend anymore it's all right. So Is she too late? We're going to find out. We are going to find out. Oh, I will say one thing. I got to say this tonight, because if I don't say it tonight, I might not be able to come up with it later, but I do got to say it tonight. I hope that Lizzo don't end up with that damn Star Jones situation. Damn. Oh, I hope Lizzo doesn't end up with that. What? Y'all remember Star Jones, right? When Star Jones lost all that weight. She lost weight everywhere except her head. And it's just, I ain't trying to diss nobody. I ain't trying to be smart. I'm just saying, Star Jones went through all that work. She lost that weight. Everything got small except her head. It's just, that just refused to adjust. Yeah, that head refused to adjust. The rest of her body got small. The head just like, screw it, heifer, I'm staying right here. I ain't losing their pounds. She thought, what they say was that your waist is the last place you lose weight. The head was like, oh, I'm the last place. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen to Lizzo, because that'll be bad. Oh, that'll be bad. So Lizzo, I'm hoping it doesn't turn out like that. That'd be a shame for you to go through all this work. Got a body like Halle Berry and a head like Ving Rhames. So it's just hoping it don't turn out like that. I'm looking out for your best interests. Hopefully everything goes according to plan. Hope it goes according to plan. Ladies, like I say, I know all of y'all got the same fantasy. All of y'all are waiting around. I ain't got them right now. I'll get my 30s. We'll pay for it then. Okay. We'll see how it works out. Fellas, I'm not promising you it'll get better. I'm just explaining to you exactly what it is so you know what you're dealing with. This is the culture going forward. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. Got a few things I want to be discussing here tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm looking to go ahead and talk about that as well. Had a few other things, actually, of some election-related stuff I wanted to talk about. Just that, I know that's just been overshadowing everything, but I did have some election points to make as far as some of your red pill folk out there and whatnot. Some of them are trying to take credit for things that they checked out of, so we'll see. But keep your eyes and ears open for that. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.